It's their choice, isn't it? I can't dictate.
Have this pen and drop it onto the desk.
It's a bit more comfortable.
Willie, do you want some water?
Oh, yes. Please.
I think your mic's still on.
So, good morning, everyone, and as I say, welcome to the December County Council meeting. The only announcements I have to make at this stage are that, first of all, lunch will be sharp at 1 o'clock today. As you know, it's turkey dinner, and in deference to our hard-working staff in the kitchens, it would be nice if it could be served as they would wish to produce it for us. And can I just make another announcement, and that is that if there are amendments to motions, it would be convenient if those amendments could be circulated before the actual motion is declared before the council. Thank you. So now,
can I just assure you, there won't be any amendments?
that's kind. Thank you, Councillor Hev.
She wants to do the collection for the staff.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have read the rules of engagement today, so this is a point of information. I did send members earlier this week an email regarding the collection for the restaurant staff. If you're not joining us for lunch in the restaurant today, for those that go elsewhere, it would be nice if you could place a few pennies or a few pounds in the box. Thank you.
So now may I ask the Chief Executive to report apologies for absence.
Chairman, apologies for absence have been received from Councillor Allen, Councillor Dodds, Councillor Dean Hunter-Clark, Councillor McNally, Councillor Miss Elizabeth Ranson, Councillor Mrs Reynolds and Councillor Strange.
Thank you very much. Declarations of members' interests. I beg your pardon, sorry.
Chairman, I didn't hear Councillor Allen, but he sent his apologies as well. Thank you.
Can I give Councillor Charmaine Morgan's apologies, as she's not too well?
Any other apologies? So, do councillors have any interests they wish to declare at this stage? As you're aware, if something crops up, you can, of course, draw it to my attention at the time. Councillor Austin.
Good morning, Good morning, Chairman. I declare that one of the independent persons due to be appointed on item 11, Mr. Alan Pickering, is a ward member and he is well known to me. Thank you, but he has made no representation to me.
So we go on to item 3 on the agenda, which is the minutes of the County Council meeting held on the 18th of September. And I would propose that these minutes are approved, subject to it being any amendments which the council, when it was reconvened after lunch, the fact that Vice Chairman Councillor Trott-Ballou took the chair. All those in favour then of the motion of the minutes? Any to the contrary? Thank you. Those minutes are confirmed, Chief Executive. And we go on to item 4 on the agenda, which is the submission of petitions. And we have 4 petitions before us this morning. And as you're aware, the petitioner may speak on their motion, on their petition for no longer than 5 minutes. And the first one is the council received a petition requesting a zebra crossing in Long Bennington. And I would now ask Alison Zakovich to speak for no longer than 5 minutes and then present the petition to me.
Good morning. I'm Alison and I manage a childcare setting in the village of Long Bennington. We've raised this petition to install a zebra crossing in the village as a permanent safe place to cross for all the village people at any time of the day or night. The village offers a primary school, doctors, shop, senior citizen complex and supported living for adults with learning disabilities, as well as residential housing. Over the last 6 years, the amount of traffic has risen significantly. There are 2 industrial estates at either end of the village, with a variety of vehicles, including huge lorries, using the road throughout the village. There are shops and pubs on both sides of the road, including a new sited co-op. The village is also a regional service centre, as the facilities offered in the village are medical, education and police stations. Therefore, the traffic is redirected through the village when there are accidents or incidents on the A1. The road is 12 metres wide, which adds to the problem of cars overtaking the existing school designated crossing. We help other walkers across the road during school times as we are crossing ourselves. We all wear high visibility jackets for safety. As it can take up to 10 minutes on some occasions to cross the road, we have to stand in the middle of the road to ensure the children are seen and cross safely. Legally, we should not be holding up the traffic for others to cross. We have no legal right to do so. What would be the consequences? What consequences would there be if there was to be an accident? Colleagues, including myself, have had many near misses with oncoming traffic to ensure the children's safety. These incidents are seldom reported to the police, unfortunately. There are many vulnerable people in this community who need to cross the road safely throughout the day. After receiving the initial petition, you signed and completed a traffic count and advertised for a road crossing person. Therefore, you have recognised that there is a need for a safe place to cross. And whilst this is a positive step in the right direction, it is only a short-term solution. In the past, we have had crossing patrols and it ended very quickly, with no one reapplying for the post in the past. Recent researches show that zebra crossings in Leicestershire would only cost between 10 and 15,000, yet in Lincolnshire it's between 35 and 45,000. The only permanent solution is a zebra crossing or traffic light system in the village. It is only a matter of time before someone is killed or seriously injured on the road. Would you want your child or grandchild to cross this road every day like this? Thank you.
Thanks, Alison. And I'd be delighted to receive your petition. The Chief Executive has determined that this petition requesting a zebra crossing in Long Bennington be referred to the Executive Councillor for Highways, Transport and Information Technology. This is normal procedure, and I can assure you that this will receive the attention and the debate that obviously it requires. So thank you very much for that. The second petition is requesting a designated crossing along the main road in Stickney, and I'm delighted to ask Councillor Mrs Victoria Ayling to speak for no longer than 5 minutes and present this petition to me.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a petition from the residents of Stickney, which is within my division of Spilsby Fen. We are asking for a pelican crossing to be placed on the A16, which is the main road running through our village. The location would be across the A16 between Stickney Primary School and William Lovell Academy one side, and just down from the post office and general stores on the other. Up until now, we have had a school patrol crossing officer, Lollipop Lady, for just over an hour of supervised crossing time. This facility has now ceased as the lady no longer does the job, and even if replaced, this was never an adequate solution. Whilst in the job, the lady reported to the police several near misses and numerous problems with speeding cars. There have been several near misses and incidents involving both cars and pedestrians. Even the parish council chairman has been hit twice, and 8 weeks ago we had yet another pedestrian hit by a car. In November 2014, a parish councillor, Tracy Lamy Edwards, asked Lincolnshire Road Safety Partnership to assess the need for a crossing. She asked for an equality impact assessment or an equality impact analysis to be completed regarding a crossing in Stickney. The Road Safety Partnership carried out a short traffic survey. The results were that speeding motorists throughout the village made the road a danger. Conversations between the Road Safety Partnership and the Residents Association concluded that a zebra crossing was not an option and that a pelican crossing would be more suitable. Many residents are elderly, and the road runs between the post office and stores and a care home. There is a blind resident and another one who needs assistance dogs. In addition to the care home, the village has a chip shop, post office, shop, pub, doctor's surgery, preschool, primary school and academy high school, church, village hall and several businesses. To access these services, residents need to cross the road. There are 2 bus stops on both sides of the main road and the school bus stops in different locations in the village. The main pickup and drop-off point is near the outside of the post office and primary school, where we want the crossing. There are additional pedestrians travelling to the village to access the 2 educational establishments since the local school travel plan is no longer there. I have been told that the Road Traffic Partnership use a section of the Stickney Main Road in their speed awareness course. Sibsey, a village further down the A16, which has only 1 school, has been granted a crossing, which is a good thing, but Stickney also needs one. I must ask the council, the folio holder, and indeed the Highways Scrutiny Committee to look at our case. It is only a matter of time before somebody is killed. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ayling, and I'll be delighted to receive your petition. Resident petition. Thank you very much. Excuse me. The Chief Executive has determined that the petition requesting a designated crossing on the main road at Stickney should also be referred to the Executive Councillor for Highways, Transport and Information Technology. And I can assure Councillor Ayling and the residents of Stickney that this will receive the attention that it deserves. Thank you very much. The third petition this morning is requesting road safety improvements on the B1188 junction at Dunstan. And I used to live at Dunstan for a short time, so I do know the area very well. And can I now ask Mrs. Yvonne Bayliss to speak for no longer than 5 minutes and then present this petition to me.
Right then. Right, good morning, everyone. My name is Yvonne Bayliss, and I live 400 yards from the junction I wish to talk about, on the B1188. I go into Dunstan and Metheringham on my mobility scooter and do not want to lose this bit of independence I have. But it is getting nigh on impossible to cross the road from Dunstan Top to Dunstan Village. First thing is the speed of the traffic. I don't get enough time from when I see the traffic on the bend at Waynham Hollow to cross the road before it's there, it's on top of the hill, and I'm there in the middle of the road. The second point is vision. Because I couldn't see that far, I got in touch with the people who, Mr. Dyson's land agent, and he sent a land agent to see us at the junction. And he realised then that the hedge was so overgrown that if the hedge was cut back, we would see more. Within 2 weeks of that meeting, the hedge was cut back. They've told me that if I wish to have the hedge cut back at any time at all during the year, just to phone them up and they will do it for us. So I've already sorted the vision out anyway. The third thing is there is not enough warning signs for motorists about this junction. They need to be made aware that people will pull out from Dunstan onto the B1188, and that when they pull out, they're going up a slight incline and they're not going as fast as the traffic that's coming up. They can't pull out at 50 miles an hour, which the traffic is doing. So we'd like more signs to be put there to warn them of the danger. Perhaps a flashing light, or not tell them what to do, like please slow down or whatever, just to say bad junction ahead or something of them that lines. I have offered to put a sign up myself saying old lady crossing the road in a wheelchair, but the council won't let me. So anyway, that's that. Anyway, I've lost my place now. Yeah, drivers need to slow down. Hang on a minute, Dunstan Village. Yeah, now there are plans for new housing estate to be built just on the other side of Dunstan. Well, if them houses go ahead, they are going to use Dunstan as a shortcut. Instead of coming out by Metheringham, they're going to use the shortcut at Dunstan, where I live. We already listened to ambulances coming and wondering if they're going to stop or whether they're going to go straight through. Now, there are accidents there weekly. Okay, not serious accidents, people don't die, but they are serious accidents. Cars get damaged. 2 weeks ago, we had an articulated lorry go off on the bend at Waynham Hollow. It landed in the field. The road was closed for about 4 hours. Now, we can't keep on having that. It's ridiculous. Right, the speed limit through Metheringham, which is a long straight, is 40 miles an hour. When you get to Dunstan Village, where the bends go like that, it's 50. Why? I don't understand the logic. I live there and I can't understand how people can go from 40 to 50 when the road is really bad. It's really dangerous. The 40 needs to be extended past the sand quarry, just past Dunstan Top bungalows. I've read that one. In the past 3 weeks, there has been 3 accidents, one in the car in the field, the lorry in the field, and one that we don't know, but it's got all dirt up the verge. Next thing, when I first decided to do something about the junction, it was for myself, not for the village. I wanted to do something because if I'm going down in my my wheelchair, and I can't actually cross the road, then I'm stuck at Dunstan Top, and I don't want to be stuck at Dunstan Top. I want to be able to go down to the village. Right, hang on. I've got the backing of the church, the nursery, the playgroup, and the pub. There you go. Everyone I've spoken to, I've been on a house-to-house petition collection, and everybody has signed my petition without anybody not. They've all said the same thing. It needs something doing about it. Anyway, I'd like a pavement put outside my bungalow. That's just for me. But then again, so at least the junction's there, my bungalow's here. I'd like to be able to go along a bit further, then I can cross the road further away from the junction, which gives me a bit more time to cross. And this is the last little bit. Yes, we only want a bit of paint and a few signs, basically. That's all we want. The possibility also indicates details of 2 future a speed reduction of the future and speed of vehicles. Yeah, that doesn't say future, does it? What does that say? Oh, volume. Yeah, the volume of traffic. Well, I'm there. I'm sorry, I've finished now. I've got 3 grandchildren, just as Nat I've got 3 grandchildren under the age of 9, and I like to live a bit longer than if cars come up this bank and I'm no longer here. You know, I've got 3 grandchildren to live for, and I'd like the council to take note. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Bailey. I should be delighted to receive your petition. Thank you very much indeed for making this effort to come here this morning. It obviously means a great deal to all of you in Dunstan, and we shall look at this with... Thank you very much indeed. So also I shall pass this petition on to the Chief Executive to be passed on to the Executive Council for Highways and Transport and IT, and I trust that this also will be treated with the sensitivity and the gravity it deserves. So thank you for that. The 4th petition this morning is in relation to the closure of Maplethorpe's High School. So I would now ask Miss Michaela Davis Kersley to speak for no longer than 5 minutes and then to present the petition to me. And I have to say I am pleased to see in the gallery this morning former County Councillor Tony Howard, who I remember from earlier days on the council, and welcome to you.
Thank you for having us here today. Chairman, councillors, thank you for this chance to speak today. The petition being presented was started to save a school, but has become much more than that. As a parent involved in this campaign, I soon realised that our school is much more than just a school. It is the beating heart of our community. When standing at the school gates or on the local markets or on the streets of our town, shoulder to shoulder with other parents, I came to realise something very, very important. I came to realise that I see the decision you councillors have to make much more different from how you do. You see an option, I see a necessity. You see a row of figures, I see rows of children. You see pounds and pence, I see the future of my town. And it is not just me, not just all the campaign group that think this way. All of the town, residents and visitors alike, think that way too. You councillors are being led to believe, educationally, logically and financially, that to close the site is the only option. However, we believe that this view is short-term and will only benefit just one council department. In the long term, we believe it will, across the council as a whole, end up costing more than any short-term saving. We also believe you have not investigated all possibilities for education on this site and that you need to keep the school open whilst those possibilities are properly looked at. Saving a few pounds now will not compensate for the irreparable damage to the life chances of thousands of children in the future generations because they have no local secondary school. In fact, there will be no saving at all, as costs just get transferred to other parts of your care budget. We also believe great damage will be done by removing this essential community asset. As well as removing education, you will also be removing a social hub for many children's activities, a similar hub for parents and other adults, a place that caters for many visitors to the town, something that has significantly to the local economy. And most importantly, you will remove a significant number of all year round jobs from an area blighted by its dependence on seasonal work. With hindsight, it is clear that the decision to merge two schools that was made 3 years ago was wrong, and no business can continue the same way when its 3-year projections have gone so far astray. But two wrongs do not make a right. To cut and run is not the option. Time is short today, and the group I represent would have liked me to talk at length about many other disadvantages closure will put in the path of the children in our town, such as the transport issues, no chances to access after-school activities, no chance to represent the school at sport or other events. What happens when children are taken ill at school, or our parents cannot support the school how they'd like? Or the effect of a lengthy commute will have on an 11-year-old's ability to be alert and ready to learn, but that must wait for another time. We do, however, hope you will bear in mind that legal challenges will no doubt follow any decision that has a seriously detrimental effect on children's health and well-being. To conclude, we believe that this council understands the community it serves and will prove that by supporting our petition, and give us what our town needs and deserves: long-term local secondary education. Councillor Hill, Councillor Bradwell, I dare you to look those children in the eye and tell them you want to close their school. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Michaela. We'll now be delighted to receive your petition. And I determine that this will be dealt with the utmost gravity by the Executive Council for Adult Care and Health Services and Children's Services as well. So thank you very much for that very, very articulate and erudite performance here this morning. Item 5, councillors, chairman's announcements. You will see that my recent activities are printed on the papers this morning. My wife and I have fulfilled numerous engagements. We hope we've done it with the dignity that the office deserves. We have certainly been received with very, very great warmth everywhere we have been, and I think we have made an awful lot of friends in the county, and we're very, very grateful for the opportunity to do the things which we have done. We're also very, very grateful that assistance has been given to us by the Vice Chairman and Lady, Councillor Martin Bellew and Rosemary Woolley, the past Chairman and Lady, Councillor Bill Aaron and Mrs. Job, and Councillors Ray and Linda Wotton, who have assisted us in representing the county at various functions. So thank you very much for that. I don't intend to go through the other items on my statement, but it is with much regret, that I have to report the death of a former colleague of ours, former County Councillor Chris Farrar, who represented the Huff Division from May 2005 until May 2013. And I would now invite any councillors and officers who to stand in his memory, and then I will ask anyone if they wish to pay tribute. Would you please stand? Thank you very much, councillors. See no speakers, so I think we'll continue. Does any councillor wish to speak on behalf of former councillor Chris Farrar? Thank you, Councillor Overton.
Thank you very much. I can't let the passing of a councillor go unrepresented. I would like to say that Chris was a professional in his own right, and he went to a lot of effort to come to our meetings. It wasn't always easy for him, and he worked hard for us on Scrutiny, and I believe in his community he was well respected. So I would really just like to send our condolences and heartfelt sympathy for his family and for those that knew him and will miss him. Thank you.
Councillor Overton. Item 6 on the agenda is statement, announcements. I'm sorry, beg your pardon. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Sorry. Councillor Hill.
Yes, just on behalf of the council, just to pay tribute to Chris Farrar, who many of us knew quite well. He was a very jolly and a very amenable person, a professional accountant, and I think his skills were well used. He was very keen to have his skills used by this council, so he made a good and very friendly and welcome contribution, and condolences to his family.
Thank you. On behalf of Labour members, I'd like to support what's just been said. Chris was a member of the Value for Money Committee during the time that I was chair, but he made a positive contribution. As Martin said, he's a professional accountant, so he brought a sense of understanding of accounts. But at the same time, he had an interest in the arts, and we worked together until his death on the Usher Gallery Trust. And there's a meeting tonight, and I'm sure that people from the Usher Gallery Trust will be saying the same sort of words. Kind, thoughtful sort of guy, the sort of person, a two-term councillor who worked hard for his local area and talked about it as well, and he often brought that up at meetings that I was at. On behalf of the Labour Group, we'll be sending our tribute about Chris to his family.
So now we move on to item 7 on the agenda, questions to the chairman. I beg your pardon. Sorry, Councillor Marriott.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just pay tribute to Chris Farrar on behalf of the Dem Group. What nobody's mentioned, of course, was he's for many years chairman of the Pensions Committee, which is probably a very important committee, which I used to be a member of briefly until I decided I didn't know enough information to be able to do a proper job. I mean, that committee is responsible for a heck of a lot of money on behalf of our employees, and Chris chaired it very well. And I don't think people realise just how unwell he was towards the end of his stay on the county, and he managed to keep going. I think he'd had several operations before he retired, and I think it says a lot for a man, very quiet man, very serious man with a lot of expertise, who got on with his job very quietly, and he deserves our credit for what he did, and our sympathies to his wife and those who knew him well. Thank you.
Now, apparently I was jumping the gun, and we go on to item 6 on the agenda, which is statement and announcements by the leader and members of the executive. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. They have all the statements have been circulated for members to peruse. I've just one further announcement to make because on I think on Monday of this week we had the proposal from the Boundaries Commission for the reorganisation of our electoral divisions, and members will of course noted there are some substantial changes in some areas as to the proposals which the council put forward. My own personal view is that some of those changes are probably a retrograde step, actually. So I think as a council, and obviously individuals and groups can make their own arrangements, but as a council, we do need to have a process whereby we collectively respond to their consultation, which ends early February. Unfortunately, the end of their consultation comes a few days before our next council meeting. We did actually ask them if they would extend the consultation for a few days, because they don't actually make a final decision until May. But the response has come back, no, this is far too difficult, and they have got lots of reports to write, is the gist of their reply, which I have to say is quite disappointing. So I think we will have to have a process whereby where there are issues that members feel strongly about and there is a consensus, that the council collectively responds to that. What I would say about that is that I wouldn't hold out a great deal of optimism about there being many changes, because the track record in elsewhere hasn't shown that. But I think it's right that where there are clear issues, for example, where a village or a community is split in half, that we feel representations are made. I don't think it would advise us to have a whole long list of them, and I think we need to be fairly selective. So I think the proposal now is we've got a group leaders meeting obviously in January. We'll look at how possibly the group leaders can act as a proxy for the council, where we can put representations back to the boundary people. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Speakers on this subject, in which case we will now go on to item 7 on the agenda, which are questions to the chairman, leader and executive councillors. Please be as brief as you can. I shall allow 45 minutes for questions, but no longer. And the first question I have is Councillor Phil Dilks to Councillor Patricia Bradwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Councillor Mrs. Bradwell and all councillors. I'm sure we're all concerned about the reports that we're seeing of a growing winter crisis in the NHS, and I'm equally sure you will have seen reports nationally this week from those representing hospitals saying that thousands of frail patients cannot leave hospital because of £1.7 billion of cuts to social care funding nationally, and reports here in Lincolnshire that the number of so-called bed blockers has rocketed in just 1 month from 900 across Lincolnshire in September to 1,500 in October. Given the financial crisis facing United Lincolnshire Hospitals Trust, as well as cuts here, what steps is this council taking to ease this growing crisis? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Dilks. It gives me a very good opportunity to assure councillors that actually there is a resilience group which is made up of all partners that work within health and social care. They meet weekly now at the moment. We've got a resilience plan that's been to the Health and Wellbeing Board and is updated regularly. And obviously all partners are working together. Adult care, we work very closely about how many beds are available within the residential and home care sector. And there are many providers, like LCHS provides beds as well. But obviously it's a real problem for us. We don't want to see any person become ill and not be able to access the care that they need. So yes, we're working very hard together, and I think that's the only way that we will achieve getting through this winter. I don't believe that, you talk about shortage of money, but we've done this in the past, and I know that our CCG colleagues, there is a very, very good plan ahead of us. But obviously, as you know, last winter, hospitals across Lincolnshire and North Lincolnshire and Peterborough did close their doors together, but we didn't have any real issues with people not being able to be looked after. There is beds that in the nursing sector that GPs actually do procure to put people in who don't need serious hospital treatment. So I can assure you that we're doing all we can. We need to monitor this on a weekly basis, and obviously, as I say, all partners are working together. And I think it is about partnership working when all's said and done.
Thank you. The next question is Councillor Marianne Overton for Councillor Hill.
Now, thank you. I would like to ask about the Councillor Hill's reflections in the light of his government's last-minute turnaround, in that the funding shifted from the district councils that are in Shires and indeed metropolitan towards metropolitan councils. And I wonder his sense of how hard he feels both this council and the LGA should be really facing up to this direction, which is clearly in the wrong direction for us, in that our rural areas are already extremely hard hit and seriously suffering in unable to some extent to be able to provide even the most essential of services. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe that Councillor Jones will be answering a question about the budget statement yesterday, but to answer Councillor Overton's question, yes, there is a concern here. I think, to be fair, there is a shift away in longer term from district council in terms of the new homes bonus. There will be a shift of funding towards adult social care, in other words, the county council, and indeed there are other sort of reforms, if you want to call it that, where there'll be additional funding put into adult social care authorities later, 2 or 3 years down the pipeline, or even longer than that. There is also the issue of the localisation of the business rates, which has been held out as a bonus, and obviously that again won't kick in for several years' time. As probably all councillors are well aware, it was a shock, the announcement yesterday, because we were anticipating £130 million further savings in addition to the 130-ish we've already found. Having number crunched, and I pay tribute to our finance officers to actually turn it around so quickly, by tea time yesterday, the council's estimation is that we'll probably have another 40 to 50 million pounds on top of the 170 million pounds. So we are looking at quite a difficult situation. In terms of issues with the metropolitan areas, it is true to say, and I think what I believe has happened is because when we were allowed, adult social care authorities were allowed to put 2% on council tax because of the pressures of adult social care, there was a campaign by the metropolitan authorities to say basically that our yield from putting council tax up is less than the yield will be from the southeast and richer areas. So we believe that what's happened is the formula has been adjusted at very short notice to actually try and placate the metropolitan areas, and that is the main reason why our settlement has suddenly got a lot worse. There is a big concern, I have to say, with certainly with county councils and the county council network, that normally these changes to formula are consulted upon and announced in the summer, so that gives everybody time to consider it, and actually the implications of a change in the formula can be thought through and dealt with in good time. That hasn't happened this time, and within a few days there's been some changing round of the formula, and that is a great concern to councillors, councils. So I think there is an issue there we do need to look at. As for the LGA, personally, I'm very disappointed with the LGA. I'll say that publicly. And I do not believe they have actually served the best interests of county councils recently. And I do think, there is an issue there that I think we're getting a raw deal from that. And I think there is an issue there that the LGA needs to consider very carefully, because I attended their executive last week, and I have to say various issues which are of concern to county council areas do seem to not get much air and actually much interest, frankly. So I think I have concerns about that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. The next question is Councillor Ray Wootton to Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Jones, the government announced its financial statement yesterday. Can you tell me how this will affect our authority? My question was to Councillor Jones.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. I was just checking it was for me, but I think it is. Yes, I mean, as Councillor Hill's already alluded to, we have got some significant challenges which we were aware of, and that wasn't helped in any way, shape or form by yesterday's settlement. Just to put it in perspective, our funding settlement for 15-16 with the main government grant was in the order of around £95 million. So the 16-17 grant is approximately £70
million. So as anybody can work out, that is a significant change. So to put that into real money terms, next year we're looking at a saving of around £65 million, with a further 45 the year after. So nobody could look at those numbers and be under any illusion that this is going to be easy, that anybody's going to take any pleasure from trying to address this issue. And when we look at the specific issue of what changed yesterday, we knew that we were, let's be clear, when we talk about 2% additional monies that we can get from council tax, we've been given the right to tax the people of Lincolnshire an additional 2%. So that's what that would be if we did that. That would bring us an additional £4.5 million a year. We then have living wage pressures. We then have demographic pressures on adult social care. And effectively, we've lost £10 million, which is moving over to the metropolitan area. So we get the right to tax an additional £4.5 million, but lose £10 million in the process. Which isn't the best scenario we could have hoped for, let's be honest. There are certain things that are changing which may help. The situation regarding selling certain assets and gaining capital has always been an issue, because government doesn't always seem to recognise the fact that we can't sell stuff and then prop up a revenue budget with it. And there's been a tiny movement in that, in as much as that if we are looking to transform services, then we can use certain capital against that revenue spending. We still have not got the right to prop up a revenue budget with capital monies. And I think that's really important to note. People seem to think we can sell off the family silver, we can prop up the revenue budget with it. That was never a possibility, and it still is not. And even if we could, you sell something once, you can spend the money once. You cannot solve a budgetary hole ongoing by one-off monies. I think as well, what we need to look at is a whole council solution to this problem. Okay, I'll be brief. It really is a whole council problem. We've tried to engage councillors early in the budget process, and we really want to do that. It isn't helpful, though, when councillors then go to the media suggesting that certain things are happening before any decisions are made. And I would ask all councillors to get involved in the spirit that we need. This is a whole Lincolnshire problem. We need a whole council solution. I would urge everybody to work together to help solve it.
Thank you for that. The next question is Councillor Rob Fuchs, and this time it is to Councillor Richard Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, as we'll hear later, devolution is in the air. So with regard to highways, how much power do you think may be devolved to local parish councils and town councils? For example, the power to decide whether they have a zebra crossing or not, or to make up their own parking regulations. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I mean, in short, there's no suggestion that highways authorities will be allowed to devolve specific formal highways policies down to parish councils. I mean, in terms of Stamford, for example, I think many of us will remember the A-boards crisis that gripped the town for a while. And it does exemplify some of the problems we have with devolving responsibilities. However, already a lot is devolved in terms of things like grass cutting, street lights policies, and in fact, unlike national government, we already devolve powers in a sense because we have local members who do lead on issues locally. So actually, in terms of Councillor Fuchs, your area, if there are issues around parking policies, street lights, you are the go-to man for those things. And I would urge you to get involved, speak to your local highways team about decisions and things that need changing.
Thank you for that. Councillor John Huff to Councillor Hill.
Martin, you've already talked a bit about what happened yesterday, but you've also blamed the LGA. I don't think it's the LGA's fault, it's the Conservative government's fault. It's your government that have taken the decision on this. But what I wanted to ask you was, I mean, having outlined the disastrous situation following yesterday and the cuts by the Tory government, you called the way they present this information yesterday as dishonest. Can you enlarge on this?
Well, there is an issue where the way the figures are presented, and we have a power to spend, and we've got a different terminology this year. Well, certainly last year they talked about the power to spend, and for example, that included all the Better Care Fund money. And in fact, that was 2/3 of that is ours, and 2/5 of that goes to the council. 3/5 of it goes to the health sector. We're talking a £50 million fund. So I think I've always stated that actually I think we've all supported, and indeed the general public support, the government's ambition to balance the national books, and I think and that was borne out by the general election result. So I think there is a popular mandate for that position. I think our position is that certainly it's probably unrealistic and probably unreasonable to expect local governments, and I think further education to single-handedly bear the burden. And within that, obviously, there are issues now with the formula. So I think we understand why the government's doing what it is, but I think it would be fair if it just said simply, yes, you've lost a lot of money, and we've got the figures, local figures, admit and say, well, I'm sorry, that's the situation, rather than pretend that the settlement is somehow better than it is.
Councillor Paul Wood for Councillor Davis.
My question is to Councillor Richard Davis concerning flooding. I think you'll probably be aware that in August this year there was considerable flooding around the area, in particular in Long Bennington. 23 properties got flooded. Some residents are still not moved back into their homes. In view of this and the particularly bad flooding, would Richard Davis be able to ensure that LCC officers responsible for flooding are able to comment robustly to the District Council, in Long Bennington's case it's SKDC, with regard to future problems in relation to planning applications? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wood. Yeah, it's a really valid point. Long Bennington was devastatingly hit, wasn't it? I mean, I know I live very nearby, so I know it firsthand. And actually, it would appear that some of the causes are drains being filled in, potentially illegally, and actually a planning development going through that built houses over a well-used and well-needed dike, which has then exacerbated the problem when we had a surface water drainage. One of the changes you will have noticed, hopefully all members are now getting updates from their local planning team when applications go in, and you will see we are very robust. However, when it comes to developments, the likes of which we've seen in Long Bennington, we aren't the planning authority. And in the same way as when it's convenient at times, highways feedback is either ignored or blamed, depending on whether or not you're pro or against development, I think it's fair to say we're going to see that same type of issue with flooding happening, Mr. Chairman. So yes, absolutely, our offices are robust. However, it does fall upon the planning authorities to take that information and advice on board.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sue Ransom, again for Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is for you. As you know, I represent a town centre division in Boston. One of the place check groups that I attend is Witham Central and Carlton Road Neighbourhood Action Group. They're a very proactive group with a fairly large regular attendance at their meetings and are never short of ideas for their community, and even more unusual, a large volunteer base for their projects. At the last meeting, I was asked to ask you if, like other areas in the country, the LCC employed APCOA traffic wardens, who are probably the most usual group to be out and about on the streets, are they likely to be asked to be proactive in combating local antisocial behaviour? For instance, reporting straight to the CCTV suite, instances of littering, urination, defecation and street drinking within the PSPO area, therefore allowing a prosecution or warning to be given in a timely fashion and hopefully resulting in a tidier, cleaner and generally much nicer town for the residents and visitors to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and it reminds me of the site visit I did, and we looked at a particular issue, didn't we, of public urination. It was pretty awful and disgusting behaviour. I have to say, I'm not sure our civilian enforcement officers, traffic wardens, are necessarily the best people for this role. They're not employed and they're not trained to do any of those kind of things. I think it leaves big questions about what are the PCSOs doing locally. Certainly, I was led to believe that this is what community support officers are there to do. That's what they're trained to do. They have the powers to do. Our traffic wardens, for want of a better expression, are really just there to enforce traffic regulations. I'm not sure they'd want to be any more unpopular than they already are by looking at some of these other issues. However, I will look at it, and certainly I think it's something we need to do, because in fairness, it's not just Boston, is it? It's across the county where we've got these antisocial behaviour issues, which actually, I would argue, impact more on people's lives than some of the issues that Lincolnshire Police often seem to prioritise.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Rawlings, please, for Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, my question to Councillor Davey is regarding the government announcement in the last couple of days about the fracking licence granting procedures, and I wondered if Councillor Davies could just tell the Chamber how that was going to affect Lincolnshire County Council and what the procedures would be accordingly. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor, for that question. Yesterday, the government announced a new series of licences, as you will be aware, in relation to shale gas extraction and conventional oil and gas extraction. A number of areas of Lincolnshire were identified, particularly the eastern side of the county, and obviously areas in the west in the Gainsborough Trough area. I mean, the government are making the position clear that they see shale as being a massive national security issue in terms of energy, and that they want to take more powers for themselves in terms of the decision-making process. I'm very clear that it is our local planning authority and our local people who should make these decisions. I spent years along with this council campaigning that wind farms will be decided locally by people, so it'd be wrong for me to accept blindly that they should take control of this process. So my position is clear, is that we should be the decision-making body, and that our decisions should be the ones that are made on behalf of the people of Lincolnshire. In relation to the areas that have been identified, I think the eastern side of the county is unlikely to hold much in the way of shale gas deposits. The geology does not support it in my mind, and I would say that the open flat landscape of the marsh areas in particular would be unsuitable for the kind of industrialisation that these applications are likely to bring. However, there will be a process. It must be conducted locally in my mind. I must warn council that saying no to an application and going through the appeal process will be a very costly one in light of the announcements made by the leader and Councillor Jones in terms of finances. Finding the resources to stand up to what is essentially a government project will be very difficult, and it will be very costly. We will, as I say, fight for the people of Lincolnshire to make sure we make the decisions wherever possible.
Thank you, Colin. Councillor Chris Payne, for Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to ask Executive Councillor Colin Davey to assure my local constituents prompt action by the A in regards to the river steeping. Obviously, the river desperately needs maintenance, as previously been discussed by myself in the Flood and Scrutiny Committee, and this is in order to protect lives, livelihoods, houses, infrastructure, and the local community. We would like the actual council to go forward to drive action by the A in lines with plans by the Drainage Board, EA senior officials previously, prior to budget cuts. Their view is quite straightforward, that austerity cuts are no good if 1,000 houses get flooded in Wainfleet after serious negotiations are being ignored. So we'd like him to work with myself to drive this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Payne, for the question. I think it is right that the issues of the steeping, which have not progressed as fast as I would like them to have done, get back onto the agenda properly after Christmas, and you'll have my assurance that I will make sure that happens. I just want to remind Council that in January, the Environment Agency intend to publish revised flood hazard mapping in relation to climate change that may well affect development, not just in coastal areas, but anywhere in relation to flood zones. And I am concerned to hear a comment in the House yesterday in response to a question from one of our MPs about building in flood zones, when the Floods Minister said, not in any. And that, I think, could cause some issues in relation to local development plans going forward next year. I am clear that, despite government assurances that the floods budget is protected, I haven't seen the detail of that yet, and I'm sure my officers will be looking at it, so I can advise council at our next meeting where we actually stand, not on where we're told we are. So rest assured, Councillor Payne, we'll get that back on the agenda and we'll have a full discussion with the EA after Christmas.
Councillor Rob Parker to Councillor Hill.
A continuation of the questions that have been coming to you so far about the government announcement. You said on Twitter, made a comment, government settlement today, I'm shocked at the severity. We're now an extra £10 million worse off, making it £65 million of savings required. And you also said in a speech, county councils were not consulted about this change. You referred to an LGA executive meeting very recently. And I just wonder what went on at that executive meeting, given the fact that some very important senior people in the LGA were there, Mets and County Council. And I just wonder why it came as a shock to you on Thursday when you were at an LGA meeting. And I suppose linked to that is this whole question of if the government funding isn't enough, then all we get involved in is a battle between the Mets on the one hand in the big cities with George Osborne backing them and the county councils with, I hope, Greg Clark backing them. But that doesn't seem to have been the case. So do you think it's about extending the size of the pot and doing another government, Conservative government U-turn like happened with working families tax credits?
Thank you for that. Yeah, well, I think the honest answer to the LGA executive, what happened, not much, is the honest answer, I have to say. There was some discussion about the financial, the imminent settlement. There had been a previous meeting which actually was repeatedly referred to at the which was sort of like there's the executive of the LGA, then there's sort of a management board, which Councillor Mrs. Overton's on, where there was I got the feeling there was a more sort of open discussion, but I think the answer is that you're probably aware the chairman of the LGA made some strong statements about councils not being able to cope. That was about 2 to 3 weeks ago, and then there was what can only be described as a grovelling apology very quickly after that, saying, well, it wasn't so bad. So that the tone of the LGA executive debate, well, it could have been worse, was sort of what was done. The surprise, I suppose, is we are aware of there was, as is always the case with the LGA, there are conflicting pressures, and I'm not party to any sort of private discussions that went on. There was this issue about some of the Mets feeling that they were going to be hard done by the proposals, and we were surprised at actually how it actually turned out in terms of the event. To be fair to the government, I think they are too probably surprised at what has actually emerged. And I think the issue for the LGA is that, yes, there are all, obviously, everybody can moan about we want more money and all the rest of it. And I think one can argue that local government's taken more of its fair share of pounding than probably is fair, especially if you look into the future. But as soon as it comes to a discussion about, and not just about finance issues between different sectors, it all is all very, and as we said at the executive, well, that's up to you lot to sort out. Devolution is another issue. Well, if we're not going to get involved in debates between different sectors, which I think is a mistake. I think the better way forward is the executive have an honest discussion with itself and present to government a way forward. At the moment, the different factions seem to be going to the government, and as you said, I think certainly the Northern Mets are in looked on very favourably by the Conservative government and George Osborne, and I think there needs to be a fairer field. So it is an issue, and I think there is a real issue which we've got to try and resolve.
Councillor Overton, information only.
Just for clarity, thank you. The point that I think we were trying to make clear, and in fact my question wasn't fully answered, is what is this council wanting to do? How strongly does this council feel about taking central government to account?
That's not information.
Sorry, information on the LGA was in the same meeting, which Councillor Hill did arrive a little late. But the point is that the LGA has been working very, very hard on this issue. And even at that meeting, so close to the decision, there was no clarity. The point I made, my question, it was a very last minute decision that we saw by the government to make the shift towards the metropolitan bodies, and that's why we're so angry about it, me personally.
Thank you. Councillor Alison Austin to Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Davis. My questions at full council always relate to Boston, you've noticed. However, in this case, I think mine is probably applicable to much of the county. Many schools are plagued twice a day by inconsiderate parking by parents, dropping off or collecting their children and flouting any parking enforcement measures. This is because parents know that enforcement officers rarely stray outside the immediate town centre. In my ward, St Thomas's School on the edge of Boston is one such example, where despite the considerable efforts of senior, and I stress senior, highways officers to find an enforceable solution and introducing a scheme of single yellow lines, parents continue to park irresponsibly. Now, I'm advised, I'm getting to the question, I'm advised that there is currently a surplus of £313,000 in a special reserve designated for highways purposes as a result of fines collected from parking enforcement. Could not some of this sum be used to employ a few additional, possibly part-time enforcement officials whose sole responsibility would be to target illegal parking outside some of our schools? As well as making our roads safer in the vicinity of schools, more income from parking fines should be generated to replenish the reserve. Ultimately, of course, we hope that parents and carers can come educated so as to their responsibility over this matter. Thank you.
Okay, brief answer, no. I can enlarge upon that if you wish, Mr. Chairman. Our solution while I recognise, Councillor Austin, you're absolutely right about the problem, the solution we're exploring is by a trial of CCTV enforcement cars or mobile cameras that will go to particular schools and track down the problem. It's been trialled elsewhere in the country, very successful. We do very often, we actually enforce over nearly 40 different locations around the county. It is not just the towns. We do put CEOs outside schools at key times. It's not been hugely effective because, of course, while they're obviously there and visible, nobody breaks the law. However, the enforcement cameras will catch people because they won't know they're there. And once people start getting a few tickets, they'll know. Visible only works when people see them.
Chris for Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Could I ask Councillor Hill, please, could he please update members on the current position with the library issues following the recent decision in the Council's favour following the judicial review process?
Thank you, Chairman. I've just been cogitating the final comments that Mrs. Overton made about being late. I think of all the people in this chamber who can complain about people being late, she's probably the least. The reason I was late for the LGA meeting by about 5 minutes was that day we actually had a devolution meeting with the Greater Lincolnshire Partnership here in Lincoln. So I had to come to Lincoln, have the meeting with all the leaders to talk about the very important issues about devolution in Lincolnshire. Then I had to go down to Grantham, catch the train to Grantham, and I managed to get to the meeting just after 1:30. So if she was wondering why I couldn't quite get there for the full meeting, that is why. But I'm sure I was there in time to listen to the issues. Coming to Councillor Bruce's question, yes, I think we can say, and I think Councillor Worth did give an update last time. I think we obviously, hopefully, have now at the end of the road, and indeed we've now got the contract. Greenwich Leisure Limited now ready to take the progress on. I just want an opportunity to thank Councillor Worth for all he did in the pressure he was under, and indeed all sorts of pressure and a lot of people claiming that this was going to be a disaster and was wrong and all the rest of it. He stuck to his guns very firmly, and actually, unlike myself, remained very polite and calm throughout the whole process. Saw what was actually the end game was. So we have got a position now where we're saving over £2 million a year now, well over £2 million, and the library service has been protected. I think I don't want to go over old ground again, but it was very regrettable that there were two challenges to it, and there was a lot of money wasted, frankly, proving that the council didn't quite get the consultation right in the first place. But the good news is that we are in a very good place now. And I think credit should go to Councillor Worth for getting us to that place, saving the money and protecting the service. So personally, I would like to thank you very much, Nick.
Councillor Nev Jackson, please, for Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Davey, the Central Lincolnshire Plan requires a significant improvement in housing. How do we build houses when we are not training skilled craftspeople to undertake the tasks? It looks highly likely that what we will have to use is a result of the Soviet 5-year plan, which we all ridiculed, but provided one essential thing, and that was trained labour. Because in the UK, we have Mickey Mouse apprenticeships. We do not train people for the skills that this country needs. How do we address that?
Thank you, Councillor Jackson, for the question. I agree with you. We've got a massive skills problem in Lincolnshire and in our country as a whole. We're all well aware that we need approximately 200,000 new workers in very short order to fill the gaps that we have due to the ageing demographic and the challenges of getting the economy moving in the direction government wants us to move. I mean, the housing issue for Lincolnshire is absolutely critical. We need that development to take place in the right locations, but we need the people to build those houses, and we have this problem across the whole country. And government needs to invest more, in my mind, in terms of skills. We are doing a lot of work in Lincolnshire to make sure that we're working with the colleges and the providers in training up people. Will it happen fast enough? Unless we do more, I don't think it will. So we need to do more. And you can rest assured that I'll be working with the LEP and with everyone else across the council to ensure we get as many people into the right training programmes for the skills you talk about as quickly as we can.
10 minutes only, councillors remaining. Councillor Richard Fairman to Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Davis, you have explained to us in the past about how lighting standards have to be maintained. How lighting standards have to be maintained in order to protect the potential claims. But there is a modest little roundabout behind my house. It's 43 yards across in diameter. It boasts 29 lamp standards. It's lit up like Piccadilly Circus. What I really want to know is who writes the standards? Is it the people that make the lamps or put them in, or what? It must be a nice little earner. I'd be very interested to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you do sometimes wonder, don't you? The DFT light design guides for new roads, I'm guessing you're referring to the A16.
Councillor Speechless Highway.
Right, yes. I think I preferred my title of the A16. To reassure you, it's built to national standards because it was a new road. However, we are, as you are aware, looking at the full range of street lighting and areas where it can be reduced. There is a massive debate within the lighting industry as to whether or not street lights make roads safer or more dangerous, improve crime or reduce it. However, we are undoubtedly, as many authorities are, looking to reduce street lighting. I think there's options around part lighting, dimming, and to give you some confidence, the lamps you're referring to are the high efficiency LED ones. So they're already very cheap to operate, but I appreciate they're probably, you don't want Piccadilly Circus at the end of your garden.
So Steve Palmer and friend to Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, this little friend would like to cross the floor to Councillor Mark Jones on his appeal for soft toys for hospitals, if that's okay with you. My question to Councillor Hill. I was going to make this a bit longer. We're running out of time, so I'll cut it down. Our Prime Minister, call me Dave, has challenged his council in Oxfordshire recently showing that perhaps he's not quite in tune and in touch with what's going on in the real world. Challenge Oxfordshire County Council to ask why they're cutting or thinking of cutting libraries, why they're thinking of cutting children's centres, etc. And the Oxford County Council have defended themselves very well. I would just like to ask Councillor Hill if David moves to this county in 4.5 years, because he's promised he's going to retire. So if he moves to this county, how would you have dealt with that question if he had asked it of this council?
I thought you said he was a friend of mine, Chairman. I mean, I think actually there was a private correspondence which was between the leader of Oxfordshire and the Prime Minister, and that correspondence was leaked, and I'm giving a strong assurance that it didn't come from the council, but who knows where it came from. And I do think that, coming back to the earlier points, that we understand, you know, why government says, well, you've got to make do with less money, but I think government MPs and the rest need to understand that to deal with that situation, the more you ask for reductions to be managed, the more likely it is there will be very evident problems. And things like children's centres, which I know are at the heart, very close to the heart of the Prime Minister and his wife, are obviously technically a discretionary service, and those sort of things, which none of us want to do, will come into play. So you can't vote for cuts on one hand and then be surprised when sometimes there are some unpleasant decisions afterwards.
To Councillor Worth.
Mr. Chairman, Councillor Worth, in your report today, you state libraries change will create significant savings. Under the authority, Bootham Library was open an amazing 14 hours per week. Estimated staffing cost was £280. Therefore, the significant savings will not be achieved by the staff wages at Bootham Library. Was it the case that under Lincolnshire County Council, the majority of the cost for libraries was absorbed within County Hall and not actually on providing a direct service to the public?
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I was starting to feel actually slightly neglected. Other than I'd like to thank Councillor Hill for his comments. I thought I might be. Yeah. Thank you for those comments. But I was, you know, nice to get a libraries question actually, and I think for a minute I was starting to get worried that Councillor Dilks's T-shirt had come off. So whether that just worn a bit thin, I don't know. But and the actual question. Well, clearly we are making substantial savings because we're aiming to make 1.9 million. Clearly, the result of Greenwich Leisure coming in to manage the service, we're now going to make around 2.4 million. I may make a bit more than that. So across the board, we will make substantial savings. It can't be down to any one particular library. And look forward to the new year. There'll be lots of nice new books in your library circulating around as they do in all the libraries. So I'm quite looking forward to the new year from a library's perspective because they'll be open more hours and there'll be more of them as well. So Happy New Year to you as well.
Thank you, councillors. 4 minutes only, and I will not overrun. Councillor Helen Powell for Councillor Hill.
Sorry, representing the public, and it's a partnership. After taking all the time and trouble to run petitions, we heard this morning on things residents are passionate about, with lively debate prior in full council was enthusiastically happening across the whole council, and I wish to suggest that it would enhance public opinion of transparency in local authorities to bring back the 15-minute debate following the submission of petitions, or even introduce a 10-minute debate or a follow-on debate in one go. It would, of course, then have a feeling from the full council, because a lot of people in here with local knowledge, and I'd like to suggest that that's brought back to help in the decision-making process in the appropriate scrutiny meeting, because these petitions are so important and helping us get the county running smoothly, safely for residents too, and especially children. Is that a possibility, please?
Shorter time, no.
Thank you, Chairman. In view of what the leader has just said about the LGA, I would like to ask, how much does it cost this council per annum to be members of the LGA? And I mean including officer time and everything else, expenses, etc., etc.
Yeah, the very short answer is I'm not certain, because obviously it's not something that I came prepared with detailed knowledge about the LGA costs, but certainly I'm sure it won't be a problem to get you that breakdown. But I think it's in the order of around £60,000 a year as the subscription cost to the LGA.
Thank you. Councillor John Marriott for Councillor Nick Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next year, 2016, sees the 100th anniversary of the first Battle of the Somme, which is probably a byword over the last 100 years for slaughter that's taken place, and certainly took place in France and Belgium between 1914 and 1918. My question to Councillor Worth is prompted by a friend of mine, ex-colleague, who's a retired major in the Territorial Army, who wishes to help organise a commemoration next year, and is hoping that all the councils in the area will support this. I've already spoken to his local member, Councillor Jeff Ellis, who I gather has also spoken to the City Council. And I'd like to thank Jeff for his efforts on behalf of a resident. My question is to Councillor Worth, will the County Council do all it can to support any event if it is organised? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marriott, for that. Clearly, the Battle of Somme is a major event for us next year. Many of you might have been lucky enough to see the poppies at the Tower of London, and I'm sure most of you are now aware that we've been successful in an application to get part of that display, known as the Wave, to come to Lincoln Castle next year, and that is deliberately timed to coincide with the celebrations for the Battle of the Somme. And one of the reasons we've been so successful in getting that is because of our close ties with the Lincolnshire Regiment. So that will be a major event, and anecdotally, I do know where it's been in Yorkshire. I think they had something like 60,000 people through in the first month. So it will likely to attract a huge number of people next year. We are specifically also organising an event around the Battle of the Somme, which I will give you the details for later, and obviously honing in very much on Museum of Lincolnshire Life as well. Thank you very much.
Councillor Rosie Kirk has been very patient.
Thank you very much. That's very kind. And I think you'll probably enjoy this one because I'm referring to Charles Dickens. Mankind, I'd like to ask Patricia Bradwell, thank you. Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, benevolence were all my business. Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. The LCAS scheme has helped thousands of Lincolnshire residents in a time of emergency, in a time of need. The scheme has been successful, a credit to the County Council, public health and the third sector. Can the portfolio holder assure the people of Lincolnshire that this scheme will not be put in the past, but will remain in the present and be there for the future? Thank you very much.
To disappoint, but that's not quite my area. It's my colleague, Councillor Worry, so she's going to answer.
Thank you very much indeed.
Unfortunately, Councillor, I'm afraid I can't give you any sort of assurance, and particularly on the back of the information that we've heard earlier from both Councillor Jones and Councillor Hill. We have a significant amount of money to find. I would hate to see the back of the LCAS scheme. I'm with you on that, but I'm afraid any sort of assurance is simply impossible at this time.
Item 8 on the agenda, Greater Lincolnshire Devolution and Interim Government proposals. And I believe Martin Hill would like to propose.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move this motion. As has been previously mentioned in the council chamber this morning, there is obviously this Greater Lincolnshire Devolution project, if you like, which is about obviously devolution from central government. I think the very good news is that the 10 local authorities who are involved in this, and indeed other partners, are actually working very well together. And on the substance of the bid, I think we're all united, and relations between us on devolution are very good. And we have as I mentioned, we had a meeting last week which clashed with the LJ. We have very positive talks, and I don't think there's any great issues amongst ourselves with the bid. There are obviously inevitably some issues with government stroke civil servants who are trying to work through the detail of it. The stumbling block actually is the issue of directly elected mayors, and the government has certainly recently hardened its position on that. So that's sort of by context, and I think all the partners in Lincolnshire are going to have to try and resolve this issue. But it seems if you want to make serious progress on this issue, you have to at least contemplate the possibility that there will be a mayor. And I think there is a range of views within Greater Lincolnshire about that. But I think there's a meeting being organised by Gary Porter with the Secretary of State. We've been promised after Christmas. So perhaps we can work through this issue. There have been some unhelpful amendments to the bill, the devolution bill, which I think is going to cause a few cat among pigeons, and cause certainly elsewhere in the country, certainly some issues of people wanting to do different things. So this motion has been agreed by all the leaders of all the 10 councils. It's exactly the same motion has gone to all of us. We are the last to actually debate it. All the other councils have agreed it. And just for clarity, what we're talking about here is a sort of joint committee arrangement. We're not actually here today voting to set up a combined authority, which technically is is another local government in Lincolnshire. So this is just basically formalising slightly the arrangement we have at the moment, because obviously as leaders we all go and have discussions, and it's quite difficult sometimes when you're negotiating with others to then think, well, you've got to try and hope that those who in your own council are supportive, and it's a very fast-moving agenda. So I think I've tried my best to make sure what we do is would carry the support of most councillors here, and that's what we've done. So what you've been asked to do is pass this motion, which will slightly formalise the meetings we have, if you like, so that as discussions go forward, we can actually negotiate knowing that there's a little bit more substance to it. But I can assure the council that if it does come to the time, if we finally do decide to go for a combined authority or support a combined authority, that will come back to this. We will come back to the council about it, and you will have you'll be fully consulted, and obviously will take the views of the majority of the members. So obviously that is the situation, Chairman, and I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Payne, do you wish to second?
Chairman, I'd like to second the motion and reserve any right to speak later. Thank you.
Councillor Marriott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As somebody who believes that the only answer to local government is reform, but also as somebody who believes very strongly in devolution, not only to the constituent nations of this country of ours, but also to the various regions, I appreciate that what is on offer is not a great deal. However, it's the only game in town at the moment, and whilst this is an offer, it's an offer that I don't think we can afford to refuse. So I will support this motion, but I have to say that if we do get the green light from Greg Clark, I'm really concerned whether the current structure of 10 councils is going to be able to deliver the sort of devolution which I think this country of ours needs. And so therefore we must keep our options open as to whether, if we do get what we're after, that we look seriously at a restructuring, not only of the local councils, but also, more importantly, of local government finance. We've heard a lot already about the ability to raise the council tax. The council tax itself, as I've often said, was cobbled together on the back of a fag packet following the demise of the poll tax. It never has been updated. The current levels of council tax bands were based on values from the early 1990s. It's pretty obvious that we need more bands if it's going to survive. What we probably need is something to do with land values rather than just property. So all I'm saying now is, yes, we'll go for it, go for it. I'm a bit concerned about the word mayor. I'm sure there must be, in this wonderful language of ours, another word which we could use, because a mayor to me is somebody basically who controls or has a say over an urban area. There may be, somebody suggested this morning the word czar possibly, or dictator. I think that's probably unfortunately overworked. Remember what happened to the last czar, of course. But seriously, I do hope we get this. It's a step in the right direction. The idea of Humber to Wash appeals to me. It's going back to the old historic boundaries of Lincolnshire. It combines the best of the south bank of the Humber with all the potential there is there, with the agrarian economy of the East Coast, the holidays, the industry. I think Greater Lincolnshire powerhouse has a lot going for it. But all I'm saying at this stage is don't rule out any options, because I think if we do get it, we're going to have to look seriously at how we restructure local government. Thank you.
Devolution can be good. The concerns that I think I have and the Labour group have is that whether this is actually going to come with the kind of money that we can actually make a success of it. And you've outlined today, Martin, about the problems that we've had just yesterday, and that we didn't know about this until yesterday because the LGA didn't tell you about what was going to happen, or they didn't know. And what we have here, for example, we're calling on devolution of health. We know the crisis that we have got here in Lincolnshire with the NHS and with United Lincolnshire Hospitals. 30 million, 40 million, 50 million pound deficit. Are we seriously believing the government is actually going to give us extra money in order to tackle that kind of deficit? And if they don't, are we just going to be, in effect, the carrying out of the problems of the government and being blamed for something that, in effect, George Osborne should be blamed for not providing proper funding for the NHS? So I think that is a real concern about some of the details in our devolution bid, about how actually it's going to be delivered. Because without the resources, however good, well-meaning, and however keen we are to do it, we can't do the actual process. The other concern I have is about the issue that I think you were touching upon in relation to some of the amendments to the bill that have gone through Parliament, one of which in particular relates to the issue about district councils whose areas within the area of or proposed area of the combined authority. Now, we don't have the privilege of having Lord Porter here from South Holland, but perhaps some people in South Holland might like to move in with Peterborough. We do have the luxury of having Councillor Adams here, and I'm sure he's very supportive of what's in front of us, but maybe he might also have second thoughts, and some of his members may have second thoughts about whether they want to stay with Lincolnshire or perhaps go to Peterborough or Nottinghamshire or wherever. I'm sure he can speak for himself. But it is an issue, and we know it is an issue elsewhere. For example, in Derbyshire and Sheffield, there's talk about part of Derbyshire moving in with Sheffield, and the government's priority, we know, is for these kind of city regions rather than for us. Look at the way we've been treated in the finance settlement yesterday. So those are some of the concerns that we have, although we will be supporting this resolution to see if we can move forward. But I think there are some real issues that have to be addressed if this was to be delivered.
Very much, Chairman. I share the concerns that Councillor Marriott and Councillor Huff have already spoken with about. As I said at South Kesteven District Council when we considered it, this is a roller coaster that we have to be on. So I do support the motion with reservations. There is a bit of smoke and mirrors. Martin has talked about the moving feast and the rules that are changing as we're going on. My question really is it really, are the government really devolving power, or are they devolving the blame for cuts? I have serious concerns. Councillor Huff mentioned the south of the county, and Councillor Hill mentioned the unhelpful amendments that are sort of coming out as the feast sort of moves on. And one of those appears to be that in the latest amendments is that a local authority could opt out of Greater Lincolnshire at any time. That's a real worry, because if they did opt out, and, you know, let's be honest, South Kesteven, much of South Kesteven actually looks to Peterborough for its services, its work, its transport links and so on, doesn't look to Lincoln. And under Greater Lincolnshire, you know, the centre of power will inevitably sort of move north, even though the administrative centre will probably still be here, but the centre of power will inevitably move north away from South Kesteven and South Holland. That gives me concerns. And it wouldn't be a surprise if South Holland and South Kesteven sort of continue to look at the options of joining Greater Peterborough rather than Greater Lincolnshire, if not now, at some point. And of course, if they did do that, they take their share of county council money with them to that new authority. So I would like to hear Councillor Hill's response to that when he sums up. I'd be interested. Thank you, Chairman.
Any further? But the next one is Councillor Overton.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I've long supported devolution of power and money from central government to local government, where we can work together on the ground to spend it more effectively for the sake of our residents. However, there are risks, as have been raised today. Firstly, what we don't want to see is that power being taken up from the local councils into some more distant body. We need to make sure that that body is properly accountable, not just to all councillors, but to all members of the public. And more than that, more than being accountable, they need to be very accessible. I can imagine if I have a problem with somebody in one of my residents where it is a question of policy or indeed funding that needs changing, where will I go? Where will I take them? Shall I say, let's go and see the person who's in charge of this corporate body? Where are they? Which county are they in? And I can see that that will be quite difficult. What I believe we need is a body which is very representative politically of the whole of the council and of the whole of the county, and indeed the other two counties as well. I fully support having the leaders on this body. Absolutely right, that those council leaders should be there. What I would like to suggest in the future is if this body, as it goes forward, could look towards trying to be a more politically representative and to be perceived as such by the public. And in that way, will give them better status, better gravitas, and better confidence from the public. On page 86 in the Appendix C, it does say that full board consideration will be given to any potential widening of the membership. And that's what I would like to support. There are, I think, 19 bodies who signed up, I understand, to the original proposal, which did have to go quite quickly because there was a short deadline and we didn't get much consultation. But there was, I understand, a reason for it. But this time we have more opportunity to really look closely at the issues. And if we are setting up a body, if we had the East Midlands regional councils, for example, which are politically representative, and they make a point of it. So let us think, if we have a very large body, how are we going to make it politically representative? Is it by a mayor, or is it by making sure that all of the representatives are properly representative of our county? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'd want to start by looking at the UK, particularly England as a whole, and separating out two things. The first is the city regions. Now, the city regions, Northern Powerhouse, Midlands Engine, have got the backing of the Treasury. The Treasury want to see those particular parts of the country get up to the level in terms of percentage increase in contribution to the economy as London. In other words, to take some of the heat off London and move it into the Birmingham area and the Manchester area. Now that's driven by the economic reasons and also by, of course, by the Treasury. Quite separately, we have the rural county areas. Now they can't be treated differently in terms of, should we say, devolution. So what we're going to see there is power going to combined authorities without necessarily the benefits that's going to go to in relation to the bigger cities with the economy. So we're likely to have big powerhouses in Birmingham and Manchester area, and in the rest of the country, local fiefdoms where essentially a bigger area will be controlled by local politicians. Now, is that good for the way that we want to see Lincolnshire develop? I asked that question because it seems to me that a substantial amount of discussion must have gone on. Martin made the point about this is fast moving. I don't see this as fast moving at all. It was the 4th of September when we submitted something to government. Nothing's been signed off. Nobody seems to be telling us, as his council members, where we're at. We've now got a concordat. Okay. But if we're talking about fast moving, then we ought to look at the way that we can shift money around in terms of budgets. Certainly the government's fast moving approach that we saw just a couple of days ago is an example of fast moving. I want to make I want to really put 2 points forward. The first one is to know, given the fact we here in the County Council have got a Conservative-led coalition, where is the line in the sand? Most people say we are negotiating from a position of principle, but if government are prepared to devolve lots and lots of money, not just millions, but into the billions, then people shrug their shoulders and say, well, I know that we're going to have to give up a few things in terms of principle, but hey, we've got to be pragmatic about it. You know, we're people of the world, etc. You know, we're doing it for our people, etc. But where is the line in the sand? And is it at the issue of an elected mayor, or if not, where is it? The second is the momentum that's built up through what Phil Dilks talked about, the roller coaster. The longer and the faster the train is moving, the more difficult it is to jump off. If you're just leaving Lincoln Station as an example, by the time you get to the university, it's not travelling very quickly and you'd give it a go. By the time it got onto the main line to London, it was travelling at 120. You would think twice about jumping off, and it builds up its own head of steam. And that's the point whereby we need to recognise that the best decisions are not taken once we've built up a head of steam. I say that in relation to issues and award of contracts like Serco. So, 2 questions. I'm sure you've got 2 answers.
Thank you, Chairman. I've listened to a lot of words of wisdom here this morning on this subject, and I agree with almost all that's been said. I personally have got I support the motion, by the way, but I've personally got a problem with all the vagaries built into this and the apparent redundancy and duplication that's in front of us. You know, we'll have this committee of some sort, not a devolved authority. We'll have a mayor eating up goodness knows what money to work in parallel with this devolved authority. Who's going to pay for the mayor? What are the costs and benefits of the whole thing? I've not seen any analysis
of what we could potentially gain, because it's not about improved services. It's not about getting extra money from London. The reality is it's all about saving money. That's what the pressure is. And so I'd like to see a lot more work done to tell us all what the objectives are and what the costs and benefits will be of achieving those objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. When I look at what's proposed, I wonder if the starting point is to get yet another boundary commission discussion on the boundaries. Having seen one in Lincoln City and now one for the county, if they got involved in this, I don't know what we would look like. One of the real problems here, though, is are we going to a federal system or not? Are we moving away from any government interference in the main, in local matters, whatever the areas are? I have concerns. Those that can remember in days gone past when certain areas could offer what I term bribes to industries to relocate, to pay them to remain in certain localities. I know in Lincolnshire cost us at least 2 very good companies, because other parts of the UK could say, come here and this is what you get. When you look at some of the money that will be around in some of these areas, their ability to do that is there, where ours won't be. And that is a real problem. Employers will ask the question, where are the skills? Not just the general skills, but specific skills. And if we can't address that, and other areas say, come here, because we've addressed that problem, we are even further in difficulties. I'm happy to continue the discussion, but I think we do need a very clear understanding of where the final proposals will end up. If not, we will be the poor case of this system within the United Kingdom. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Did not intend to speak in this debate until Councillor Huff very kindly referred to me as a luxury. I can't remember when anybody else has ever referred to me as a luxury, and I do thank him for that. But I would also like to take up the point of Councillor Dilks, where South Kesteven is concerned. We're not talking about going to Peterborough or anything like that. We are having discussions with the Cambridgeshire Lec, which is a completely different situation altogether, and that information has been known for quite some time. But the other thing I would like to say, Chairman, is that if I had been asked 4 or 5 months ago whether we would have reached the point where we are at now, I would have said quite categorically no. The meetings that the 10 local authorities have had over this period of time has ironed out differences, and there have been 1 or 2 of those, but it's also given a platform for very fair, very honest exchange of views and opinions between all those 10 local authorities, which can only be good for the county. That led to the meeting that took place in London on the 4th of September, where we had 5 members of the Greater Lincolnshire area going down there. And I have to say, Chairman, that we have arrived at where we have arrived with this document, which I think is very fair and very comprehensive and very honest, due to the tremendous hard work done by people like Councillor Martin Hill and his other colleagues and all the chief executives of the 10 local authorities getting together, pulling together and putting something that everybody can accept at this point in time. I do know that there's a long and a lot further way to go. There's still a long journey ahead. But I think if we can have the leadership that has taken place with the principal leaders of the councils, which includes Colin Davey and Ms Metcalf of the City of Lincoln, I think it can only bode good for the future of this county, even though in the best of families there are going to be disagreements from time to time. But I'm very happy to support this report and support the recommendations, and look forward to us taking further down the road wherever that journey may take us, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I know there is a huge amount of support for this across all the districts, and county in unitaries. And I can probably back Bob Adams up as a deputy leader at South Holland to say that the other night we had a unanimous vote in favour of this proposal in South Holland. We have a very clear focus as far as devolution goes on Greater Lincolnshire. Yes, as Councillor Dilks has pointed out, we have a lot of business interest in the Peterborough area, and we will have occasional talks with them around the let in that area. But as far as Lincolnshire is concerned, we are fully behind this devolution proposal, and I would urge the County Council to make sure that it supports this, because I don't think it can afford not to. In terms of the economy, skills, infrastructure, there are huge benefits potentially on the table. Yes, responding to Councillor Mayor, we do need to know the detail of those, but there's a huge amount of work going on to put a lot of detail into that, and time will tell on that. But I think this is a real opportunity for Greater Lincolnshire and to retain its historic boundaries as well, which is equally important. And I will fully support this proposal. Thank you, Chairman.
I wasn't sure whether, Nick, you were talking as Deputy Leader of South Holland District Council or as an executive member of this council, then perhaps you might like to take the opportunity to clarify what you've said when you were talking about we.
Yeah, happy to, Chairman. When I was talking about we, I think I can actually say both the Executive and South Holland District Council, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Over on East Lindsey, we're having deep discussions with Norway. Maybe we ought to devolve with them. I joke, a second Viking invasion would be good. My feeling on this is you've got to be in it to win it. So I fully support this at this stage. I'm very interested in the analogy the Labour Party put about a rolling train. My analogy was the gambler and the slot machine. If you put a coin in, pull the handle, the more you put in and you're not winning, the more you keep putting in, pulling that handle. So it's very hard to withdraw once you've committed to putting your money in the slot machine. So we do need to keep a careful eye on it. And my only concern is scrutiny of what's going on, because obviously I've got, and I never thought I was going to say this, Mr. Chairman, I've got more faith in our leader here than I have in the government side. So I think, you know, our leaders of our councils are probably doing the best they can for us, and I'd fully support that. But I am worried about the scrutiny of what's going on, because it's been a rush to get this devolution thing started, and we appreciate that. And at District Council, we've made that reference and appreciate it. But we are looking maybe for a bit in the future where we will be fed back and we will have more scrutiny of what's going on. And as Councillor Marin Overton brought in, the issue of party political balance may be something that we need to look at as well, just to make sure that everybody has an opinion going into this process. But in general, I'm fully supportive at this time, and thank you very much.
I would like to remind fellow councillors, this motion is not about formatting the final management structure for the devolution. It's about driving forward the group so they've got our authority, the same has already been granted by other district councils throughout the county, to go forward with this issue. It's very important in the times of cuts and austerity that we can actually direct where the money is spent across our county. It's obvious that there's several occasions where we can spend the money far more wisely locally than some central body in London that hasn't got a clue about the local community. I did cover this quite extensively in yesterday's pre-council meeting. Perhaps this explains why Council Mayor is not aware of it, because we unfortunately didn't have anybody from UKIP there yet again to listen to what happened.
Very serious family illness stopped me coming yesterday.
Point of information, I presume there's more than one UKIP councillor, so they could have sent a deputy in your place. The important thing is this is about driving the actual council forward and what we do. We're facing severe cuts and we can't just sit here and actually take the cuts because these are affecting services. I've spoken to a lot of people on this issue locally, and to be fair, most people realise the cuts we're facing and they're quite clear on the basis that they'd rather cut senior fat cats in Whitehall who sit there who don't come in the community, senior officers in various councils, and perhaps in the future the combined authority is a way forward. But as we've already discussed this in the Unitary Authority Committee and in group leaders and pre-council, it's a sensible way forward to actually drive this forward to give us a chance. If we're not in it at the beginning to drive it forward, we'll be left with the seconds that other councils don't want. And it's very important to actually formulate this and represent the residents. Far too often, I think people are more looking towards a council and not what want to do. But I give Mountain Hill my undue support in this and hopefully drive it forward for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I think that was a very good debate, members, and thank councillors for that. I mean, I think before I sort of run through some of the issues that have been raised, I think looking at it in a broader sense, I think although we always complain about governments, no matter which party they come from, that as local government we always get very frustrated with some of the things that go on. But in broad terms, actually, we should be actually thankful and actually grateful that government actually has I think a genuine desire and ambition to actually genuinely devolve stuff to local areas. And if you look at the devolution bill as its ambition is stated, and indeed the localisation of business rates, that is a massive opportunity for local government to actually do what we've always argued we want to do, is take on more responsibility and have more control over our own affairs and be more sort of responsive to local citizens. So I think in general this is a very good offer from the government, and I think actually sometimes when you get frustrated it's easy to forget that, indeed, when some of the inevitable twists and turns happen. In terms of what has been debated, Councillor Hoff mentioned about cost. Well, the government is quite clear. This will be a cost-neutral exercise from their perspective. And I think on my view on that is it works both ways. And I think there was a genuine point made that obviously what we've got to be careful of is we don't get a cut decided at central government, then that's sort of passed on to a local area that we then have to deal with. So again, there is a risk there, and I think we've got something we've got to be aware of and make sure that that is part of our views. But there is no great big lump of cash coming with devolution. But it is fair to say that there is a limit, obviously a set limit of funding around for local government sort of type things, and it's quite clear from the government's stance and announcements that obviously those who are in this devolution, who sign up to devolution, will stand a much greater chance of receiving additional funding and support. And if you're not in the game, in it to win it, as Councillor Palmer said, I think it's quite clear that you will become a sort of a secondary or a third division sort of area, which frankly at best can hope for, it's quietly forgotten. So I think that again, in this issue, this eternal argument between the metropolitan urban areas and the rural areas, that there is a grave risk. Indeed, if we don't participate, the best we can expect is to be probably ignored. The worst we can expect is we'll probably be broken up, and eventually the whole country will just be a load of city regions with some sort of irrelevant hinterland in their eyes. So I think none of this is perfect, but I think we've all got to take a balance on that. The amendments have been unhelpful because they have the ability to unravel all of this, and there are several other areas in the country where deals were all agreed, and actually neighbours in Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire, they'd done everything which was asked of them, and this amendment actually has the potential to unravel the whole thing, and that is not unique to elsewhere in the country. The good news in Lincolnshire, we are as always on one page, and as councillors Adams and Worth have said, we're actually working very well together and we have an ambition. But again, if we don't manage to secure a deal, there is a risk that obviously other areas might come trying to poach our land, if I can put it in those simple terms. Councillor Overton talked about power up. Again, the issue about the combined authority, mayors and all the rest of it, very much about devolving powers from government. So what we're talking about, and then if you look at the detail, is this combined authority will only deal with areas which were hitherto dealt with by central government. So it's not about forcing local councils, districts and county councils to give up their powers. But it is true to say that obviously when you get going, there will be times when it will be probably a good thing that some stuff, if you think about transport or economic development, is sort of dealt with by the combined authority. But that will not be required. It will only be by choice of the particular council involved. And I think on that there's an issue there. I think Councillor Parker talked about city region. I'll take his point about fast moving. Well, I think we've been fast moving, and suddenly, for whatever reason, government stopped. And not just in Lincolnshire, across the country, there's been once they've got their city regions in, a sudden halt, and everybody, even those areas which thought they were nearly there, have been told, well, it's now going to be after Christmas. I don't know what the reason for that is, but certainly is from a local perspective, we've gone very fast actually to get where we are. And the line in the sand, I think that is going to be the great issue for us, because I think it will come down bluntly. If the government is insisting, as it currently seems to be, you've got to have a mayor, I think all of us, and I'm no fan of directly elected mayors or indeed elected police commissioners either. I think they are a threat to the system of democracy we have in this country. But I think all of us are going to have a very difficult decision to decide what is the best way forward. And it might be you either have a mayor or you don't get a devolution deal. Then the issue then is, yes, that's fine. But then, of course, we have to worry about what the consequences of that will be. So I don't think there's a line in the sand there. I think my line in the sand is I think we do need a devolution deal as best we can get. And I'm not pretending it will be perfect at all. There is some momentum, and I think it will revolve around the mayor issue. But also I think we do need to make sure we work on and carry on doing what we're doing. And as the leaders group, we are trying to keep the momentum up to make sure we get a result as quickly as possible. Costs and benefits, Councillor Mayor. Well, again, as I've said, there is no extra money coming. There is no extra cost. But the benefit, I think, is then you have more local determination. It will be more efficient, because I'm sure that once we're all working together, it will become even more obvious whether we have a mayor or not. If I could just finish, Chairman, it is, with your permission. There will be efficiencies by just people realising when they work closely together that things can be done better. So I think there will be some efficiencies, and it will be nearer the paper. I don't think there's anything else particular. The only thing I would like to finish on, and I apologise if I haven't covered everything, is that Councillor Adams talked about thanking myself and others. I think and chief officers. I think there is one chief officer and some officers who need thanking, and that is our own chief officer, because his office turned into the devolution bunker for weeks, and I cannot overestimate the workload that was done at very short notice, trying to deal with all these different partners and government sending conflicting messages. It was a magnificent job done, and I think it's been very well appreciated by myself and the council, and I just hope that all that work it actually does result in a positive result for this council. Thank you. So with that, I would hope that members can support the proposal.
For you, councillors, so may we now vote on it. Those in favour of the proposition? Any against? That clearly is carried. Any abstentions? Yes, we do have one abstention.
I don't like to be seen voting with the Conservatives
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. It's now getting on towards lunchtime, so I'm pressing on as best I can, or as we can, with the review of scrutiny, item 9 on the agenda. Now, I have to tell you that we have with us today Dr. Stuart Young. Stuart is a member of the East Midlands Council and has been instrumental in advising us on this scrutiny review. We're delighted to have you with us, Stuart, and we hope you enjoy your day with us here in Lincoln. So the report by the Chief Executive has been circulated, and I believe that Councillor Pat O'Connor wishes to move.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased to be able to move the 4 proposals in relation to the review of scrutiny. Members will be aware that the Council initiated a review of scrutiny at our meeting in February of this year, and the Chief Executive then subsequently appointed East Midlands councils to perform a review. And this has been conducted by their Executive Director, Dr. Stuart Young. And I would like to record my thanks to him for his hard work and commitment to the review. He's visited these offices on many occasions over the last few months and has spoken to a great number of us in order to gain a full understanding of the scrutiny work that we do here. To assist in the review, a cross-party group of members was established to provide Dr. Young with information about scrutiny and to act as a sounding board on ideas for improvement developed. I'd like to thank those councillors for their significant contribution. It certainly was at times an interesting and lively discussion. Dr. Young's work has concluded with a comprehensive report addressing both the cultural and structural challenges that scrutiny faces. The report does highlight the hard work and effort of officers and councillors alike, but makes clear that we need to channel these efforts more effectively to target the key issues facing the council and to consider how scrutiny can make a real difference. The report also considers our committee structure and makes suggestions for how we can manage our business more efficiently in the future. As we've heard today, this council is faced with making some extremely difficult decisions in the future and needs an effective and active scrutiny process. As I move the 4 proposals within the report, they are 4 proposals as outlined in the green order paper. The 4th one has been amended from what was sent out in the document bundle. This was due to an amendment in light of recent discussions at the December meeting of our political group leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give support to this paper. I was a member of the review group, so that comes as no surprise that I will be giving support, and I'm sure my Labour colleagues, and I hope all members of the council, will be supporting it. I think the point that we need to start from is why are we here? And we recognise that either 2 ways of looking at it. Either scrutiny could be improved, anything can be improved over a period of time, or it failed us over libraries. Now, the argument has moved beyond that to us looking at scrutiny, not just as a means of taking on issues that are going to the executive either before or afterwards, but in the round. And I think the starting point would be to look at the culture and what's necessary to effect a good relationship between the executive, who make the decisions legitimately and properly, and scrutiny, who hold them to account and contribute to better decision making in the council. And some of the things that we came out with, which are in pages 93 to 100, include a 2-way approach, a better 2-way approach between the executive and scrutiny, whereby there's early involvement of scrutiny in important decisions going to the executive, and once those recommendations are made by scrutiny, there's constructive feedback from the executive about whether or not those could be taken on board, and if not, why not, and support for the work that's been done. It also involves regular attendance, 2-way attendance, chairs of scrutiny committee or vice chairs of scrutiny committee going to the executive, particularly when there's been a pre-decision scrutiny, to put forward the views of the members. It's not just about reading out something that says basically this is what we discussed, but it's about getting across not just the outcome of the scrutiny process, but the feelings of members, because that doesn't always get conveyed easily in writing. Similarly, there's a responsibility for executive members and their portfolio assistants to be attending scrutiny committee meetings. That should improve the culture, the relationship between the two, and that's the real starting point of all this. It is about a culture that moves away from the 2 words, two phrases that are being used. One is the Praetorian Guard approach, where scrutiny is seen to be the first line of defence for the executive, And secondly, scrutiny as being clearly just there for the opposition to bang the controlling group. We've got to move away from that. There will still be an element of it. Let's be honest, we're a political organisation, like it or not. Some people like it. And we have to recognise that at some time we have got contributions to be made and effectively delivered by the executive and by scrutiny. So it's improving that process. One of the things we don't want to get involved in at this stage is the almost tiresome idea of how we're going to bring about a change in structure, because structure usually bedevils councils and takes more time up than more important issues about relationships. And I think that this period between now and 2017 gives us an opportunity to improve what we're doing, okay, to see examples of, should we say, better working. I think there are opportunities to look afresh at the overview, the chairs and vice chairs of scrutiny committees, because there could be more opportunities for involvement of members of opposing groups. And we can begin to get in place something that we could have an agreement of before the elections in May 2017 and be able to go forward having changed the culture with a new structure in place. And I'd be giving my support to this paper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I welcome the report and support all the recommendations. As many people in this chamber know, and indeed officers of this council know, and others know, especially in the National Health Service, that we run a totally different committee with health scrutiny, because we don't actually scrutinise any services within the county council. All our scrutiny work is outward facing. So I think it's important to remember how we treat the people that come to give presentations, and that includes officers in this building. And we had a circumstance on Wednesday which in some ways was unforgivable on behalf of the committee, and that's why in recommendation 5 I strongly support the development of softer skills in questioning, and to that end health scrutiny has had training on that. I also agree in recommendation 4 R8 the discussion and decisions at committee should be better reflected in the executive. Health scrutiny under my chairmanship since 2009 has had quite a number of reviews, and one of them was in reducing alcohol harm in Lincolnshire. And I think we had rather too many recommendations in that particular report, and many of them were not actually taken forward. I agree that the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee should be overarching, and I think it should also play a greater role in ensuring the business of this council is managed more proactively. I've said about health scrutiny being a different committee. We are a different committee. We're a partnership between 8 county councillors, 7 districts, a non-voting member of Health Watch. And I think we all work extremely well together, and one would hope that we can actually be quite robust in some of the work we've done. And my favourite paragraph, as I would say, is paragraph 6.2 under does scrutiny influence and what is the impact? Yes, of course, we did actually challenge the decision to close the Burton Road surgery. I have had several comments since we actually were successful in keeping that surgery open for the next 5 years, along the lines of, what did you do that for? You know it's a dreadful building, the access is awful, but we're there to support the people of Lincolnshire in the services that they should be getting. So yes, it's robust. Yes, the minutes are long, because I'm very conscious that I will not have health scrutiny brought into disrepute like Mid-Staffs was done over the Francis report. So I do support all the recommendations, and I look forward, if I'm re-elected in 2017, because I don't have a seat in that election as yet. My seat's it's disappeared, carved up for want of a better word. So therefore I welcome this report and I support it wholeheartedly.
Thanks, Chairman. Good luck on finding a seat, Christine. Thanks, Chairman. This review comes hot on the heels of the Serco crisis that we'll be talking about later, which itself came hot on the heels of the libraries fiasco, as we know. Both, in my opinion, were serious demonstrations of failings of the scrutiny process. particularly failure to listen by the executive and come back with formal responses to those concerns raised at scrutiny. As proposer of the motion calling for this review, or a review of how we do things, I welcome the report. I do thank our officers and the cross-party work by councillors involved, and of course Dr. Stuart Young for his recommendations, which I'm sure we all welcome. What he basically says is we must change. And I think we knew that. And the first recommendation is, and I really welcome it, is that the executive should provide formal and constructive feedback on why the views and or recommendations of a scrutiny committee are not accepted. I think that is absolutely fundamental. I think that is a real step forward so that the executive actually justifies, what they are doing and says why they are doing it. More seriously, perhaps, and I think the most significant paragraph is paragraph 226 on page 98 of our epitome, that says many of the potential improvements to scrutiny cannot be unlocked unless there is a change in culture. And a change in culture won't happen on the basis of people thinking it will just happen. It requires action. I rather hope that we do take this seriously and we do adopt the action and we follow it through, and we don't have what happened after the audit committee into the libraries fiasco, where one day we came and we all sort of nodded like nodding donkeys as, oh yeah, we've got to do things differently, and yet the following day we had the so-called scrutiny of the libraries, and nothing appeared to me to have changed. Particularly on an example of that would be there was a request to webcam the scrutiny meeting of the libraries, which was held in this chamber, and that was turned down. And yet, I know that one of Dr. Stuart Young's recommendations is that we do engage more with the public. I think that is really important. Action, not lip service. I think I'd just sort of say this thing about changing culture. It is so important. We've been there before. I am not saying we're in the same place. We've heard the Speechley Highway mentioned before. I don't want to sort of go too far into that, but you all know what I mean. Let's not go there. Let's have action, not lip service this time, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I did already second this proposal, and I'd like to say a very warm welcome to the document and a huge thank you to all of those people involved. That does also mean all members, because many have been making comments to their colleagues, and also, sorry, don't know where that came from, been making comments to their colleagues, and that has been fed into the documents. So strongly appreciate that. I think particularly what's most important here has been picked up is that whilst the changes in structure may not come into place till the next group of councillors, what we are looking for is a significant change in approach. We have been hearing today about how we are expected to receive perhaps even over 30% reduction in the amount of money we get from central government, and we are expected at the same time to raise our council taxes to something like 17% over 4 years. That is going to be a very difficult line to tread if that's what the government is really putting us in that position. So what we need to do, our best defence, is to make sure that we have heard all of the voices, that we look at the facts and think clearly about the best solutions for our residents. And we need to make sure they are properly included in that decision-making process. And that is what scrutiny is for. We have had a fantastic example, and I'm going to give credit to our Chief Whip for the scrutiny review that's been in process currently about the transport to grammar schools, where in one day we must have interviewed approximately 35 people from all different aspects, looking at the situation from a different place, whether they were in positions of governance or actually people who needed to access the service, who could access, and those who couldn't. So in one day, we actually cost effectively used our time to hear all of those voices, and then we'll be thinking carefully through to make sure what is the best decision or the best advice that we can give to the executive on those decisions. We're not in a blame culture, but this is about holding people to account, but it is not about trying to shift blame. And that's why I think those softer skills that have been mentioned and the culture where we actually focus on what is the best outcome for the residents of Lincolnshire. Thank you.
Most of the speakers have mentioned culture, and it's obviously very important. And I think, you know, at the moment, I mean, a number of examples have been given. Basically, pre-decision scrutiny hasn't worked. Now, there are a number of suggestions here about how we can make it better, but until we get that sorted, I don't see any changes in culture making a difference. What we need in pre-decision scrutiny is to have the time in order to be able to properly look at whatever the contract or whatever the decision is going to be made, not a week before, or in some cases 2 or 3 days before the executive decide. And one also needs some engagement from the executive, looking at the 10 of you. I mean, it is difficult, I know. If you're in a position of responsibility, having people question you or argue with you immediately sort of puts your back up, and that's a perfectly human reaction. But somehow we have to get a situation where we as the whole council actually engage, and you engage with us, in terms of trying to get a better outcome and better decisions. Because if we don't, this change in culture or change in structures just won't make any difference. The second thing I just wanted to say was about the contrast with parliamentary select committees, where the chairs of those committees, whether they're Conservative or Labour, are not afraid to speak out and criticise their own government. So you have Labour chairs criticising the Labour government, you have Conservative chairs criticising the Conservative government. They don't feel afraid to speak out and make alternative suggestions to those governments. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the culture that we have here at the moment. Stuart's making a lot of suggestions about how to change that. Until we are willing to, as backbenchers, if you like, be free to actually speak against what the administration may be wanting to do, you can't actually get better decisions, in my view. So I think the other thing is about being proactive about scrutiny. And 1 or 2 people have mentioned this. We do have a situation here where we struggle for lack of resources, and we're going to struggle for even more lack of resources in the future, about actually taking on and trying to carry out scrutiny when issues arise, because people are stretched. Somehow we have to change the way that we do that, because otherwise there are going to be major areas of the council that we cannot scrutinise and will not scrutinise because the resources are not there. We have to look at different ways of doing it. And a lot of what Stuart is recommending will hopefully cover some of that. So there's big challenges. Support the report. Let's see whether we can do it differently in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor Mrs Overton for her very kind words. But I think it's important to say that the reason that that particular task and finish group is working is because we are a team. There's an awful lot of talk that we've got to change culture. Talking about changing culture and nothing's going to happen unless the culture changes is a nonsense. You just do it. You don't talk about it, you just do it. You don't need anybody's permission to change culture, you just change it. And that's what we've been finding in our task and finish group. There is no restriction. It is a team, a cross-party team, everybody digging down as deeply as possible. And this business of bringing in the members of the public was absolutely inspired. And I'd like to pay tribute to Tracy Johnson and her team for organising that for us, because it gave us totally different perspectives on the work that we needed to carry out. Also, the same with value for money. We're a team. It works because the chairman facilitates team working, cross-party team working. We do not scrutinise on a party basis. So to say that the culture needs to change is perhaps a little bit behind the times, because the culture is changing. We're doing it. And one of the things that I feel is very positive about this is that this was a very far-reaching scrutiny exercise, if you like. Dr. Young probed very deeply in his work, and none of us, nobody at all was put, as far as I know, under any restraints to speak. Well, our lot certainly weren't, and I'm sure everybody else was free as well. People weren't defensive. People were willing to speak. So what we have is not just a complete cross-party desire to improve our work, which is very good, but we're not defensive about it. We're willing to have a go. We're not precious about it. And as well as that, we have huge and considerable officer support to put this in place. If we want training, if we need training, it is offered to us. Perhaps now it's up to us to join with the officers to make sure that we know what training we need to carry out our functions properly. But I feel that this is a considerable bounty for the council, if you like, to actually have such openness and honesty and cross-party working that recognises we need to do and want to do the very best. And when people are not defensive, being not defensive, especially in a situation such as a political one, is a very difficult thing to be, because of course we bash one another from time to time. But in this case, that isn't happening. I think I would pull back a little bit on the criticism of the executive. I mean, obviously anybody who was listening to Councillor Hill this morning would know that he wasn't at all worried about criticising the government to support the council of which he is leader. So, you know, I think we've got to be careful about false negativity here and things that, you know, this constant harking back to things that are perceived by some members of the council to be bad in the past, but not all. You can hark back if you want to all the time, but then isn't that going to stop you moving forward? We need to move forward as a team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We have here an opportunity to ensure our scrutiny practices and procedures are robust, sound and engaging. There are a number of recommendations here that have been the result of diligent and professional assessment, overseen and scrutinised. Shortcomings and frustrations have been addressed. To engage the executive, further educate the scrutineers are just some of the ways in which scrutiny can be enhanced. This report in my submission is an exceptional piece of work and ensures our council commits wholeheartedly to scrutiny and therefore avoids the possibility of letting the public and ourselves down. I support these recommendations and I hope you will do the same. Thank you.
Briefly, Chairman, just to, on behalf of the executive, to restate that we are very keen to actually make sure we engage properly and effectively with other councillors, and indeed I think we all welcome some challenge actually as well, because that actually I regard as almost a safety valve to actually find out things that otherwise could go wrong. I would also definitely endorse what Councillor Parker said in terms of this this line between not scrutiny, not just rolling over and accepting what the executive does. On the other hand, not just going straight into let's bash the other party mode. And I think both sides have got lessons to learn on that. But I would say Councillor Hoff's not here, Dilks isn't here, but if you, and I think the libraries was a clear example, and sometimes in children's services, if you use scrutiny as a vehicle just to bash the other party, you're actually not scrutinising properly. And I think the library thing also, I think the audit committee, which looked at the mistakes were made, and Councillor Jackson was part of that, did a very professional job and very dispassionate job of identifying what went wrong and commissioned a report which was very fair, I think, in terms of what was said. But I think the scrutiny of the libraries, and I attended 2 of them, in terms of actually scrutinising the proposals, was actually of zero benefit, but it was very much political theatre. So I think we've got to make sure, if we're going to go through with a proper culture, is that we mustn't have just rubber stamping and saying, well, we've already decided, and we can't have political theatre, if you like. But of course, we've all got to accept that there are times when there will be philosophical difference between us.
I'd like to state a lot of what I was going to say has already been covered by fellow councillors. So, and also I'm aware of the time constraints by yourself on Christmas lunch. I don't want to hold up the turkey. I've been heavily involved with Dr. Stuart Young over this issue, obviously with interviews and giving forward views, and I heavily support this motion as a breath of fresh air for both Scrutiny and Lincolnshire County Council in the future. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't hear any dissenting voices on the report. I think the proof will be in the performance. I'll move the report.
Thank you very much. These proposals, all those in favour of the proposition? Thank you. Any against? And any abstentions? So that clearly is carried. Possibly the drinks are on Councillor Fairman, but we will now adjourn for lunch. I would like, please, you to be back in your seats by 2:15 without fail. Thank you. Take your seats, councillors, please. I need what I need. Please be seated. I doubt it. Now I need Councillor Sue Rawlings because she's.
I'm not sure she hasn't gone.
Right. Well, then I need to take advice here.
Who's down to second it? No,
Mrs. Sneath. Councillors, we now go to item 10 on the agenda, the review of Audit Committee's terms of reference. According to the paper I have before me, this should have been proposed by Councillor Mrs. Sue Rawlings, who appears not to be in the chamber at this time. So I was going to say to that, would Councillor Mrs. Elizabeth Sneath second it, who's seconding?
Shall I second it or propose it?
I would like you to propose
I'll
it.
propose it. Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to propose that the Council would approve the review of the Audit Committee terms of reference as shown in items 1 and 2 on your papers. Thank you.
You reserving your right to speak.
So I open debate on this item. Do I have any speakers? Seeing none, I should go, I believe, straight to the vote. So can I say all those in, sorry, is there anything which either Mrs. Sneath or Mrs. Bockway wish to say on the item? In which case we can go directly to the vote. And can I ask all those in favour of this item to please show? Any against? And any amendments? That is then clearly carried. Thank you very much for that. And we'll go on to item 11. Report by the Head of Democratic Services and Statutory Scrutiny Officer has been circulated on the appointment of the independent persons. This is to be moved by Mrs. Brockway.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to move this item. There are some words to be said because of the death of the previous incumbent, but I'm going to ask Councillor Shaw to do that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I'd like to second this this motion for Dr. Chris Riley and Alan Pickering, both very experienced and qualified members, and will do a good job for the council. But at the same time, I'd like to take this opportunity to pay special tribute to the former excellent independent person that we had here, Clive Mason, who was also happens to be the independent person at West Lindsey District Council, and I had the privilege of working with him for quite on several cases. And this gentleman is, you know, one of the most sort of diligent, professional, and showed his expertise throughout whenever I had any interactions with him. And sadly, his death, he will be sorely missed. And I think, you know, the council, through me, will have to sort of put forward our commiserations to his family and so on, and thank him for the time that he spent with us and the expertise that he gave to us. And again, sorry if he's sorely missed. Thank you.
Motion? In that case, seeing none, could we therefore vote on the appointment of the independent persons as shown on the order paper? All those in favour? Any to the contrary? Any amendments? In that case, I declare that carried. Thank you very much indeed. Item 12 is the appointment to Eastern Shires Purchasing Organisation, ESPO, Management Committee. And this is, again, was to be proposed by Mrs. Rawlings.
Apologies for my absence earlier, Mr. Chairman. I did arrange for Elizabeth to move the motion for me. Yes, I would just like to extend my thanks here to Sue Ransom, who was a member on the ESPO Management Committee with me. I'm sure Sue enjoyed her time there. I know the travelling commitments are a little bit onerous from your neck of the woods, but I would like to propose that Robert Folkes is now the member for ESPO. Indeed, Robert has been on a couple of occasions, and I don't want to preempt his anything he might say, but I think you've enjoyed it, have you not, Councillor Folkes? So with that, I'd just like to move that Robert is now our representative together with myself. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Councillor Folkes will be an excellent member to represent us on this body, and I have pleasure in seconding that.
Would you like to say a word, Rob?
I'll keep it really short. Thank you very much. I really enjoy the ESPO. It's an excellent organisation, and we're making money for the council, which is good news. So thank you very much.
Excuse me. The motion is before you. All those in favour of Councillor Robert Folkes? Any against?
Any abstaining?
Any abstentions?
You didn't vote, Robert.
Consider yourself elected, Councillor Folkes. Congratulations. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Item 13, motions to council. And members are reminded of the rules of debate. I am informed that on this item there is now one amendment and not two, which certainly makes life in the chair a bit easier, I have to say. And the motions for devote, the first one is proposed by Councillor Huff.
Thank you, Chairman. This disaster did not have to happen. The contract did not have to be awarded to Serco. And if we go back to where it all started a couple of years ago, the council had a contract with Mouchel, previously Hyder Business Services, and it was coming up for renewal. So as with all contracts, we consider what we're going to do. So what are the options? We could stay with the current provider, Mouchel, or we could bring it in-house, or we could have a combination of those. But then along comes this organization called Serco. And they come forward with an offer that seems almost too good to be true. And, you know, in the real world, when something comes along saying it's too good to be true, it usually is.
Careful, because he's implying there's some things sort of not quite correct with the procurement process. Just to be clear, The contract with Michelle had to be re-procured because they had their 15 years. We were not allowed to extend that contract. The council made a decision to put it out to procurement, and then that was done. And Michelle indeed were one of those who were considered on a long list and the whole process. So I think Councillor Hoff needs to be a bit careful about implying some sort of shady arrangements, and I hope that he revises his comments in that light.
I wasn't implying any shady arrangements. I was just implying incompetence. Serco 2 years ago was in a bad place. It had been found to have invoiced the taxpayer for millions of pounds for non-existent work. They were charging even for monitoring people who were dead, according to the Cabinet Office. They were banned from bidding for government contracts for 6 months. You would think somewhere in this organisation would have said, hold on, this is far too risky for Lincolnshire. And to be fair, 2 people did. Councillor Jackson and Councillor Dilks said exactly that on value for money and were ignored. But you, the executive, decided to go ahead, driven by your Tory Conservative ideology and political views that somehow private is always better. I wasn't sure whether to include Councillor Shaw, who's looking at me over here. I think we can all agree that Liberal Democrats aren't quite sure what they're doing, so I won't include him in this criticism. The result has been a disaster, as Serco acknowledged yesterday with its public apology for the mess it's created, and its point that at one point they had over 14,000 backlog of invoices. To give you some idea of the kind of problems that have happened, I have a letter here from the Chair of Governors of a large Lincoln primary school. And he writes, I'm writing on behalf of the governing body to express our dismay at the continuing fiasco surrounding the new finance system at Lincolnshire County Council. It is completely unreasonable and unacceptable to expect the staff to continue to suffer the mistakes in their pay while fobbing off with platitudes and false promises. When the problem started in April 2015, we were sure that these were teething problems and were being addressed as a matter of urgency. We are now 6 months further on with little improvement, so that epithet is no longer appropriate. We are still in the situation, this was in November, where our executive head teacher reports phones being cut off, this is dangerous, staff crying in my office, new starters Serco were notified about in June, not being paid and then worried about not being able to pay the rent, lose their childcare provision, not be able to come to work. 5 new starters not paid. When they were eventually paid, the amount seemed wrong. We cannot get pay slips, so we cannot tell. Staff waiting a week for a hardship payment, a demeaning term for my hard-working staff. Staff, Serco, never calling back when we have an issue. I had a situation where the phone kept being picked up and hung up. Not overly professional. I'm waiting for callbacks from April. Governors pressing me for a financial position that I cannot give them. Constant issues with mileage and overtime claims. Rude people on the phone telling me my school is not the only one affected. Companies refusing to deal with us as a local authority owes them money. The response from the County Council when these issues were raised was simplistic and demonstrated a lack of understanding of the pain and distress this is causing, not to mention the difficulties of running and managing the school. This is pretty devastating about what has happened on a contract that we awarded in April this year. It was written in November, but just 10 days ago, I met the governor of a local school with a similar tale of woe. Not all the same, but many of the same problems that say in that letter. And there are schools right across Lincolnshire with the same experience. Our resolution calls on the executive to, in addition to Serco's public apology, to give one on behalf of this council. You, the executive, got us into this mess. Secondly, there needs to be a full investigation into this shambles. Lessons need to be learned. We've already had the loss of the first judicial review, now this disaster. Lincolnshire County Council is in danger of being seen as a failing council. Thirdly, we should be setting up a task force to support the schools in their dealings with Serco. And fourth, the executive needs to ensure the schools and staff are properly compensated. They deserve nothing less. I move.
I do wish to second the motion. Thank you, Chairman. The biggest surprise to me about the latest Serco scandal is that any of us are surprised at all at the mess that has resulted from the decision taken by the executive and not listening to the warnings that my colleague Councillor Nev and myself certainly gave at scrutiny. It is a failure of scrutiny. But we had the warnings were easy to find. You can find them yourself on, you've only got to Google them, for goodness sake. Serco, just Google Serco, and you get shocking complacency. Chris Grayling in September 13 saying that Serco should not be awarded new contracts until we've established the facts about their performance and their corporate behaviour. He was talking because they were being investigated by the Serious Fraud Office and the Metropolitan Police at the same time, as they were when we awarded the contract. It's absolutely shameful. A bullying culture is another one in another contract they were involved in. Just a month before we had the scrutiny, pre-scrutiny of this decision in December 13, Serco has proved it's good at bidding, but not at delivery. I quoted that as Margaret Hodge, the well-respected chairman of the Public Affairs Committee, Select Committee, after it was revealed the company fiddled figures to meet key performance targets, overcharged for tagging criminals, and had a bullying culture. I just can't understand why we had to sort of get into bed with them. I said, and I know Nev said, it would end in tears. I never realised it'd be the tears of our own staff so early into the contract. You know, schools, my local school, we all know our own, my local school, almost it had to threaten to close its doors to pupils because the bill for emptying its bins was not being paid, and in order to get it paid they had to say we're going to close the school tomorrow. Another school locally has written to the Secretary of State, you know, having staff up half the night trying to sort out the mess, and that worries me too. It should worry all of us. How many of our teachers, for example, have had to spend hours on hours sorting out this mess that we're in, when they should be actually doing other things that we're paying them for? It was a company, as John said, that was actually banned from bidding, and it was only lifted when they paid £68 million to the government in, well, you might say, what was it for? But so that they could bid again. And we were the first to jump in and say, yes, we'll have Serco. Openness and transparency. Yeah, thanks. I've just finished the sentence, haven't I? Openness and transparency. Serco, once we got into the problems, weeks into the contract, after it went live, they said that they'd be open and transparent. I haven't seen any openness and transparency. In fact, they and the council have hidden behind commercial sensitivity. If this was a local authority contract, we'd be all over it like a rash. Thanks, Chairman.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Obviously, we're into, I mean, I think there is a serious situation here, and there are some issues of serious nature which need to be addressed, and they are being addressed. But we're into the hyperbole and over-exaggeration. This is not a disaster. I think this is not a disaster. It is a disappointing performance. Disaster is a ridiculous statement to use. What's happening in Syria is a disaster. What's happening in camps elsewhere and what's happening on Lesbos, that's a disaster. This is not a disaster. Sorry? No, it's not a scandal because, again, I know that certain Labour members over there have a philosophical objection to actually anything going out to the private sector, which is, I would suggest, the sort of inference behind some of those comments, because neither Councillor Hough nor Dilks seem to have the slightest understanding about contract regulation rules. The issue is that once you decide, and if the contract with Mouchel came to the end of its term, if you want to then decide that you are going to put this out potentially to the public sector, to the private sector, under EU rules, and I'm sure Councillor Hough and Dilks wish to remain in the European Union, you have to then put it out to all comers to actually come and bid for it. You can't say, well, we don't like that company because this, that, and the other. And obviously, we were aware of the Serco situation, but there were no legal grounds on which we wanted to or could actually say, well, not having you because we don't think we like the look of you. And I have to say the contract process was done properly and openly, open book accounting. And I have to say the actual way the contract has been monitored in terms of key KPIs, key performance indicators, is very clear and is working effectively, because we are well aware exactly where Serco are not delivering as to where they should. I think the motion is, I have no problem with people bringing motion, but things like, well, we need a review group. There is already a review group, cross-party review group, which is looking into this. And we've all accepted that when things are back to normal, and we are heading in that direction, there then will be the time to look at the situation and see where the issues were. But I am very confident that the contract itself was, the way it was designed was fine. The contract itself is okay. The problem is with the delivery by the contractor on what they promised to do. And I'm not pretending there is not an issue there. So we can't then say that we don't like it, we'll just pick and choose who we want. And of course, our councillors, Hough and Dilks, saying, well, let's forget about the £14 million worth of savings that this council will accrue over the 4 years. And well, no, the cost will not be the council's cost, because there is a clear arrangement in place that, as I've said in the amendment, that Serco accept, and that's why we've had an apology from Serco this morning, that they've got it wrong and they need to do better. And obviously there is the issue of being sorting out any extra financial issues to the council. So that is why I've moved an amendment to the Labour motion, which I think I have to say, is a lot more sort of balanced, shall we say, and recognises there is an issue which needs to be resolved, and there is, of course, disappointment with the way the contract is being delivered at the moment. But there's also, we should acknowledge that the amount of money which has been put in by Serco, and believe that is substantial to resolve this issue. And I would also say, you say if it was a public sector, we would be on them. No, we wouldn't, because we are never actually, as councils, we have never been as robust with ourselves when it's internally deliver services as we were with contractors. And I can promise you that there wouldn't have been any key performance indicators for an in-house organisation. There never was when it was in-house. And on top of the £14 million saving we're going to get over the period of this contract, of course, there's a good 20+% saving in terms of what we've done. There always is a risk when you change from one IT delivery service to another that it won't go smoothly, because there are always compatibility issues, and sometimes it goes better than others. And it's true to say this has not gone as well as we hoped, or it should have done, and we wish it would have done. But we are putting the pressure on Serco to make sure they get delivery. And I think it's also statements on the radio, people haven't been paid. What you mean is people haven't been paid on time. I'm not aware of anybody who hasn't been paid. I fully admit sometimes to get these things with staff and with contractors has been more laborious and lengthy than it was, but we have a system which is working better now, which wasn't, where people, if they have issues, we have a system of emergency payments. So there is, to give the impression there's somebody out there that's never been paid since this contract started, I think is incorrect, unless Councillor Hough, unless he's got a letter from, as his leader does, Mr. Corbyn, I have a letter here from, if he can produce a letter from somebody saying, I have never been paid since the beginning of the contract. We do get a lot of, as members, and certainly we do get from quite a few people emailing say there is a problem, and of course we pass those on straight away. But often we find, yes, there has been not prompt payment, but sometimes payment hasn't been as swift as it should have been. And frankly, sometimes people are expecting immediate payment when our terms of contracts, we pay on 30 days. So I think the motion, my personal view is the motion as amended is a more balanced, and actually probably because it's more balanced, a more carries more weight. And I hope that the council will support me in amending that motion to something which is a bit more serious and well intended, as opposed to, could I say, a little bit of a political knockabout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, indeed, I would like to second the amendment. I think there are some important points that are raised in the motion, and I would have to say that all members in this chamber are here to represent the people of Lincolnshire, and there isn't anybody that goes through the process of standing to become a councillor because they don't want anything but the best for the people that they represent or the staff that work for the council. And I think that is a very important thing to remember. I don't think that's political. I think that's just the nature of what we do. But I think sometimes these things can be politicised. And of course, we're political animals, that will happen. But when we see the politicising of the library scenario and £2 million worth of savings against the backdrop of the numbers we were talking earlier, remember, and taxpayers' money being wasted in the way that it was, we then see early engagement with the political process around budget setting. We get all members in.
The first judicial review.
We then have the politicising of the budget process, where we try and get all members cross-party early engagement. And what do we see? We get a member print in the press confidential information, putting at risk everything that we're trying to work together on. And now we see a very, very important situation politicised again. And I think we need to make sure that we look at these things in the cold light of day. We get the best outcomes for our taxpayers, the best outcomes for our members of staff. And we do that by working together. We've got a cross-party group, which you know very well you're represented on, not that that was mentioned. So we are doing lots to try and work together to make this a better situation. And Serco have admitted themselves there are serious failings and they want to rectify those as soon as possible. So I think important document, happy to second the amendment, and I hope we'll get enough support to actually get this through, get on with business and do the important thing, which is sorting things out for everybody concerned.
Accept any more. So we now come on to Councillor Parker.
Thanks.
Are we?
Hang on, this is going.
Right, we're now debating the amendment.
Two debates on this issue, or are we having one debate? We haven't discussed that, Chairman. What do you want? No, we would have two debates or one debate for both of them.
So is it that we suspend standing orders in order to have one debate? Yes, that's agreed. I need a proposal and a seconder for this. Proposed by Councillor Hill, seconded by Councillor Overton. All in favour? Thank you. Standing orders are suspended. There will be a single debate. Councillor Parker.
Thank you. Yeah, following on from this morning's meeting, it's a good job this isn't a scrutiny committee meeting, isn't it? You know, with the idea of people recognising the role of the executive, role of the scrutiny committee, because the scrutiny committee did put forward good, strong arguments which were not rebutted in the sense of, can we trust Serco based on the reputation that it's got in front of us, backed by the Minister at the time, Secretary of State Chris Grayling, backed by, at the time, the question of Margaret Hodge as a member of the Public Accounts Committee. Now, this opens up serious questions, doesn't it? It's about maybe on the one hand, a political ideology that we can't change this side, which is about commissioning is good. And as I understand it, there were a number of bidders. Michelle dropped out in the first round, and then 3 bidders were left, including Serco. Serco went through a process and won. Okay, during that process, there was a role for scrutiny. Scrutiny said certain things, made very clear that the reputation of Serco was a difficult one and that we would have to take that into account. Now, at that point, there could have been an opportunity to pause. There could have been an opportunity to have a discussion, a mature discussion, the sort of which we would expect now to see in the new scrutiny arrangements, but that didn't happen. Is it reasonable for this side to say that it was ideology that took over in the light of the noise that was around of Serco at that time? I don't think that's a reasonable question to ask now, and I certainly didn't think it was not a reasonable question to ask at the time. If we move on, the current mood seems to be in the council chamber of the other side, one of defiance. Defiance meaning we are not going to apologise, never say sorry, never go back. Clearly, Serco, in terms of this outsourcing of responsibility, saying sorry has been outsourced again, like this council does many times. It's up to them to say sorry, not for us. But one of the things I'd like to remind everybody about, our council is responsible for the services we deliver. We may outsource them to a private contractor, but we still remain responsible. And it would be nice to see somebody from the controlling administration say sorry to the people of Lincolnshire. It's not good enough to leave that purely to a supplier. One of the things that I think when we're talking about history, we can point back to some of the things that were said at the time. Jonathan Prue, Managing Director of Serco's public sector BPO business at the time of the award of the contract, said a number of things, one of which I think he might live to regret. However, the most important thing now is a smooth transition with no drop in services for citizens and council staff. I'm sure that Serco will not want to be reminded of that, but it does come down to this whole question of us as a council recognizing just 2 more points, asking if we, in terms of the contract, did we ask the right questions? Did we ask very simply, what is your experience of doing 2 things at once, transferring a contract and operating aggresso from the beginning? That question, neither of those questions were answered, and now we see the consequences of that failure.
Thank you, Chairman. When we look at this, we accept the process has been gone through to appoint a contractor. We then expect that contractor who has signed up and fully understands the contract to deliver to that contract. Virtually 12 months before they started. That was a commitment as Councillor Parker's outlined. On the 26th of January of this year, to the Audit Committee, we got a report about the implementation of an aggresso. Paraphrased by saying it's currently on track to deliver for the 1st of April. Then carries on. Prophetic, those words, because what it doesn't include is 2015. And that is where we are. We're moving on and we're carrying on, and we've had in February audit meeting, when we did the budget, another report, significant reduction will come in support service, where we'll spend about 14 million less next year with a new Serco contract and similar initiatives. We move on and we get to the annual meeting in May. And again, the contract and aggresso and HR and ICT is all mentioned, and it said all these successes will save the council money without affecting frontline services that local people across Lincolnshire rely on. Now, if that's been met, then I don't know what English language comes to. We've got a contractor that has not met the standards we expected. We carry on, and in August, we all get a lengthy email indicating that they're still ongoing at getting it right. Now, what is it that's so problematic? Why is it we're told that more authorities than we care to mention got aggresso? They don't seem to have the issue. So if aggresso's not the issue, what is the issue? And indeed, we get to today's date. Look at the executive members' reports. Page 18, page 39 and 40, and page 65. Difficult experience since the launch of aggresso system in April 2015, and it goes on to payroll services where many council employees have been affected as a result of incorrect pay, delay for managers inputting key data into systems such as appraisals due to system issues, delays in developing aggresso reporting function. It goes on and on. Do you honestly believe that if we'd been a private company, that we would have been saying, okay, get it right sometime in the future? I don't think we would. My experience being on the short end of contractors getting it wrong says the private sector would have acted very seriously. We ought to charge every single minute every school has had to put in to try and get this right, but I doubt whether we will. Thank you, Chairman, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Chairman. I find it quite shocking, actually, to receive such an ill-informed motion. And I'm very pleased that Councillor Jackson has had the grace to read out from the executive members' reports to show that, in fact, there's been no attempt to hide anything. It's there for everybody to see. And thank you for that. Everybody agrees that there have been massive problems. You all know that. But there are a couple of points you need to know, Chairman. I can assure you that Councillors Dilks and Jackson were not ignored at the Value for Money meeting that was referred to. I chaired that meeting, and not only were they given the floor whenever they needed it, but Councillor Dilks actually forgot to mention something that he'd mentioned earlier in the meeting, and I called him back so that he could speak fully and express his views fully. They were heard fully. The whole committee was given every scrap of information that they asked for. Every question that was asked was answered. And the committee then made its decisions and gave its votes on the balance of the evidence that was put in front of us, based on more than a year's work by highly professional officers of this council. It was not a failure of scrutiny. The scrutiny was robust. The awarding of the contract was correct. What has not been correct is the delivery of that contract. And absolutely, I would support. We've given them quite a kicking, considerably so, and that is continuing. I can't support Councillor Dilks' idea that we should look at Google. I think this is rather more serious than Google, to be honest. One thing I will say too, as a former teacher, I have a considerable number of teachers on my Facebook. Not one of them is having trouble with Serco. And I'm very happy to open my Facebook to anybody if you want to check that. And these are very vocal people. A lot of them are not conservatives. They're more to the left. But there has been discussion about Serco, and one or two who had problems in the beginning are very happy about the way they've been engaged with and the way things, have been sorted out. So I do think there is some politicising. This tub thumping and this bashing, it's something really that you should use occasionally rather than all the time, because what happens is that the sound of your voice hides your message. What really mystifies me here is how little you appear to know this, particularly Councillor Hoff as leader. We have looked into this in enormous detail in Value for Money, but you wouldn't know because you weren't there. We have looked at this and called it back at Overview and Scrutiny Management, but you wouldn't know because you weren't there. The other chairs and vice chairs attend, but you don't. Perhaps, Councillor, that's because you don't have time left from running to the press and polishing your megaphone.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to take that approach quite. I want to look at lessons learned from this process, because I was also in those scrutiny meetings, and I certainly heard the objections and the concerns raised very clearly, and yet the steamroller marched on. If we really do not have the power to put contracts in the hands of people we trust and believe in, then what power have we? I think there is something wrong with the process where we cannot put our votes and our money in places where we know they will be properly used for the good of our residents. I don't believe this is about politicising. I recognise people using it for political capital, but this is not a, it is easy to disregard some alternative thinking as politicising, when actually they might have a point. And I would raise that particularly over the libraries. Yes, councillors keep raising it, and that is a political method, but that doesn't mean that they weren't right. And in some cases, they are. Clearly, in this case, where we have this contract, things have gone badly wrong. I also have received a great deal of correspondence from residents on the issue. I had a parent whose child needed care, and the carer was not going to continue because they weren't paid. But thanks to the officers, they did sort that out. Thank you to Debbie Barnes, sorted that out, and that was put right very quickly and in time. So thank you for that. But there are some, for example, where head teachers have been issued county court judgments for failing to pay their suppliers. And we've heard a lot about what's not been paid. What worries me also is what has been paid and shouldn't have been. I was speaking to an ex-teacher just recently who has been paid for 4 months after she ceased work. Having given her notice and everything in due time, continually writing in saying, please stop paying me, I'm not working anymore. And it's just gone on month after month. It's shocking. What is worrying is that some of our payments are so many. If you think of all of the different vulnerable people, all of the people who are receiving payments from this council, how do we recover that when it's been wrongly given? Do we really go back and say a year later, you shouldn't have had that money because Mrs. Jones, came and we paid you the wrong amount a year ago? Are we really going to recover that? It's going to be difficult. So just to complete, to say thank you, but we need to, for listening, but we do need to learn lessons. We don't give up the responsibility, and I think an apology is called for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting, isn't it, somehow when you listen to people, how easy they rewrite history, and we hark back to the now halcyon days of Mouchel and, oh, how wonderful it was. I have to say, coming at this, with a slight background in IT, I do take issue with some of the comments. I agree with a lot of what Councillor Jackson has said, but the idea that somehow overdue procurement rules don't apply or vast contract rules don't apply in the private sector is a myth. I think one of the reasons that we, and I in particular, I'm comfortable standing here and telling you what I'm about to tell you is because we have the management team in place that has been on top of this situation since April. Councillor Parker seems to hide his light under a bushel in terms of his membership of the recovery group, as Councillor Jones has alluded to. But the detail that we go into at that cross-party group, I would have thought would have provided some assurance that the management structures and the capability assessments were in place. One of the things I think it is important to remember is this is a really serious issue. Councillor Hill is right. It is not devastating. It is not the end of the world. It's not the third coming of the apocalypse, but it is very serious. When people don't get paid, that is not good enough. And this is a message we have been driving home to Serco very clearly, which is why we saw the frank and full apology yesterday from Serco that I think we'd all agree was absolutely called for. In terms of how we manage this, I think it's important, before I give you a few numbers, is to remember the savings this is delivering. And it is this contract is delivering those savings. We hear a lot of rhetoric, Mr. Chairman, about how other people could do it better. And we can, those of you may not be aware of, but in the IT industry, the last Labour government were acknowledged of the biggest friend to private sector IT this country's ever known in managing the 10 biggest IT projects. They lost £26 billion. And that's not money that was paid back by the private sector. The IT system for the NHS was the big one. You'll remember after it going from about £250 million cost to 1.1 billion, Tony Blair saying, rightly enough is enough, and just drawing a line under it, losing us £10 billion. Now that is in marked contrast with what we see here from Serco, who have acknowledged their failings, are compensating us as an organisation, and work is ongoing to do that. But in terms of, to give you some numbers, there are 43 KPIs that monitor this contract across people management, IMT, HR, business support, etc. Now, I know you'll forgive me for looking down. I feel like I should be doing a Councillor Jackson waving lots of bits of paper about. Of those 43 in April, only 10 were met. I'm pleased to report as of today, 30 of those KPIs are now being met. So that does show you, and I hope it gives some, for those members that are prepared to listen to facts rather than hyperbole, some reassurance that the direction of travel is right. And that's why I'm very pleased to support the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The NHS reference was one that I was going to use, Richard, because it's quite clear that over many years now, government and councils have used the private sector, worked with the private sector. After all, we do it in highways, we do it in other areas as well. The Labour government worked with the private sector in building hospitals. Of course, you all know what happened there with the debts that were incurred. So it's wrong to say that we don't work with the private sector. What's important, Mr. Chairman, is that we've got robust mechanisms in place to make sure that they do eventually deliver what they promise to deliver. Now the point I'm trying to make is that when I first got onto this council, we were in the process of switching to what was then called Hyder, I think, before they became Mushell. And I can remember problems we were having with SAP, which is a Swedish form of accounting, computer-based, and a lot of schools were having a lot of problems. The problem was, of course, that in many cases, the sort of expertise required to operate these systems was often beyond, dare I say, the training, not the capability of many of the people involved. And that was a big mistake, which eventually was rectified. Now, when I heard the word Serco mentioned in terms of delivering services, my mind went back to the firm in Sleaford called Serco that used to come and fix our electrics at school. I didn't realise that, cracky, they've expanded. Goodness me. What are they? They've really gone through the roof economically. Obviously, it's not the same Serco. I don't know whether it's a WWF situation where somebody needs to decide who's called what. But what I thought was quite amusing, I'm sorry, it's not an amusing subject, but it's a bit late in the day now and I'm trying to think about Christmas. But I can remember the chief executive appointed last year turned out to be the younger brother of Sir Nicholas Soames, grandson of Sir Winston Churchill, who spent the first week of his job on the phone apologising for mistakes, poor bloke. Now, the question is, it's very simple. According to Martin, according to everybody, we applied due diligence. We went through all the processes we had to go through. We had to tender. We couldn't allow an extension of the contract. We went out there. Mushell dropped out. We were left with several people. We took them at their word. They didn't deliver. However, so long as we get the service that we're paying for, so long as we got we're not at the moment, Mr. Chairman, but that's not the point. It's the end product that counts. Now, if the end product is going to be like Richard said, a write-off of billions of pounds on a computer, or paying forever for a hospital building, which you allow the private sector to do, then we've got a problem. But if this problem is sorted, if we're here in a year's time and the problem is sorted out, as far as I'm concerned, that's what's important. I mean, a crisis is when, like you say, people are drowning in the Mediterranean. A crisis is when people are killed in Paris. This isn't a crisis. This is a mistake which will be rectified, hopefully, very shortly. And that's all it is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I do feel slightly confused about the reaction, actually, from the administration. I know for a fact 3 other people questioned this and asked for evidence to actually quell their fears that we were stepping into something that wasn't quite right. It's been very well publicised in the news and on Radio 4. There was lots of things about the professionalism, the morals of this company. And Serco worldwide, if you did want to Google them, you'd find they're virtually taking over the place. But more to the point, it was all in the headlines about Yarl's Wood, the women's detention centre, and what they were, well, whatever was going on there that they weren't sorting out. The monitoring of non-existent prisoners that they put in a bill for millions for. They've severely blotted their copybook. So why we should actually sit down and to hear people defending them today, you know, just baffles me and leads me to believe that we seriously need to put this scrutiny into place where common sense prevails and we are not going along a party line or a whim or being proven that, you know, nobody can tell us what to do. We're all here to work together. We're all elected by the public. They don't expect us to be having these battles. They probably have no idea. They expect us to be getting our heads down. And on the LGA group that I sit on, I'm very proud to sit on that. Every one of us in the room, you would never know what party they're from. Every single thing we want to get is the very best for the children of this whole country, and nothing gets in the way of that. And that's exactly what is the same as what should be happening here. There's no difference. We're elected people to put forward the very best plans for the people of this county. And if someone severely got a very black, dirty copybook with morals, non-professionalism, I would severely question going ahead with that deal. And instead of hearing all this defensiveness and everything, I would quite like to hear, yes, do you know what? If that was my money that wasn't coming in every month and I've got a mortgage to pay, I would be right up the street. And that would be very destructive for my life, for other people having to work out how they're going to pay bills when they never really know and have the stress of not knowing where their money's coming in, I think is devastating. And I see this as a huge problem, and I certainly am not going to support the recommendation. I shall go with the amendment from the Labour Party. Thank you for listening.
I don't normally speak at these meetings. I usually sit here and listen, but today I've got really cross. The only good thing that's come out of this debate is that Councillor Hill has at last admitted we have got a serious problem. This is the first senior person I have heard say this. Most of the committees that I attend, either as a member or an observer, are told at committee that it's okay, it's getting better.
Wait to the end, but that is an incorrect statement. There have been clear statements from various officers and members of this council that we acknowledge there is a serious problem. We accept that Scurco needs to improve their performance. So I'm sorry that what your previous two statements about nobody saying anything is incorrect.
I didn't say that no one had apologised or said it was a serious matter. I said you were the first person I had heard. I'm sorry, I had heard.
And other senior members.
No,
That's what you actually said.
I'm sorry. Well, the question is, when is it going to get sorted? But may I carry on? Thank you. We are told that it's getting better, that it's not really a problem. It is getting better. The administrative amendment is just so watered down that it now bears little or no relevance to the original motion. One other thing I've got, I'm sorry, I've lost my paper. As a newcomer to this council, I have noticed, and I used to sit at the back when I wasn't a councillor, when Robin was, that the one thing that the Tory administration do not like are factual examples of failure, either wrong, in this case, wrong payments or lack of them. And I would like to ask the question, do you realise that most people in this country are only 2 paydays away from being homeless? So if your mortgage, you don't get paid for a couple of months, there's a real serious chance that you could be homeless. And the ramifications of that for this council, well, I'm sorry, it just doesn't bear thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Well, I'm going to declare an interest because we have deductions from our allowances which are paid into the bank, albeit 3 months late. It could have caused us really serious problems in our bank account if we'd been close to the bone, and we could have incurred an overdraft charge, but luckily it did not. As regards major contracts like this, we expect them to have small teething problems when they're first set up and running, and we expect to have minor interventions, but not so in this case. Why is there Serco with their profits set to halve in 2016, according to the financial papers? How will they fund their staff for the continuance of this contract, let alone the financial penalties which they've already incurred for the failure to comply? The question for the County Council is, how can we stop falling into the trap of employing companies which have a catalogue of failures as their reference? We started off with ISS, and now we've ended up with Serco. And when you're in the train station, you see this banner on the side of the trains, Serco in partnership with some company. You think, oh, am I going to get home? But that's another story. Also, our staff and the school staff have to waste an unrecoverable amount of time on resources and bureaucracy, which removes them from delivering their core activity of servicing the school and the county council. I was very upset recently because staff at one of my small primary schools, the secretary who was there was severely traumatised. But luckily the governors did send a letter into the county offices and the matter got sorted out. But we can't have staff suffering this way. It is unfair of us as responsible employers to carry on in that way, treating our staff as rubbish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yet again, I'm in this chamber hanging my head down because it's like the two groups opposite each other there have put their heel in the sand like a school child, drawn a line, and neither will cross it. We are here for the people of Lincolnshire, not party politics. That is what I feel. I also like to say that the first time I come across the problems with Aggresso was when I attended my duty to attend the ANOB Wolds JMG, where the officer there tried to present the accounts and all she could do was give a best guess because she did not have any facts and figures because of failure of the system. Blow me if I didn't go to my school where I'm governor of as a local authority governor. Exactly the same thing. The bursar is almost in tears because she spent evenings after work trying to sort out accounts. She couldn't. And I would say that I went back yesterday to ask her again how things are going. And she could say hardly any improvement at all. Slight improvements, but hardly any. She said they had a meeting at Horncastle in the Admiral Rodney Hotel. And she summed it up by saying there was approximately 60 administrators went to that meeting, and she said she was appalled to find that the room hadn't been booked and they had to wait 3/4 an hour before they could even get into the meeting. And she said if that's Lincoln County Council organisation, she was appalled. She says that there are members of staff of schools across our district of East Lindsey who are only staying in their job through loyalty to their school. They are being pushed to almost crying every day at school. Now, this is not satisfactory. I agree with the Labour group that an apology should be issued from this council because we are the ultimate people responsible. We are the ones who commission. We have a duty. You can't say it's all Serco's problem. If we commission, we have a responsibility. So I will not support this amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I sit on this all-party recovery group, so I felt it was incumbent on me to give you my views on it, really. It is an all-party group. First off, I'd like to say about Serco. Obviously, there were a lot of rumours about Serco originally, but I have no qualms in that the procurement procedure that appointed them was quite correct, and we went through all the proper procedures. Obviously, in hindsight, things haven't worked out well with Serco, but I think very much that's a matter of performance, not in the way they're appointed. You appointed Serco in good faith. They went through all the proper procedures. That's okay. Performance-wise, yes, they have let us down. There's no doubt about that. But I have seen some improvements on this recovery group. We do monitor their progress. They're not making as good a progress as I would like, but they do give us predictions and estimates of where they're going to be. And at every meeting, we question them as to where they're getting there. So I have seen some signs of improvement. I also see signs of Serco have brought different management teams in to try and improve things. Now, that's not me trying to say Serco are wonderful. No, we're not. I don't think anybody thinks Serco are wonderful. They have let us down. They've let the council down. But they have apologised. They have brought a new team in, and they are making progress. We've got to keep on top of them. We've got to keep pressuring them and make sure they perform better. We don't want people not being paid, by all means. But I do not think, as a lot of people have said, I know the Conservatives have said it, it's, in my view, it's not a disaster. It's not good, but we are getting better. It needs to improve, and probably within the next few months, it needs to get better and on an even keel. And hopefully it will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a governor of a school, I'm quite amazed that when I go to school meetings, they're not saying what you're saying, they're saying the complete opposite. The Labour motion requires schools to be compensated. However, the amendment from the Conservative Party simply states, seek recovery of additional costs from Serco. There's nothing in there about passing any compensation on to the schools. The schools and the employees are suffering. And for you lot to sit there and say nothing's happening, and I think you're all living in cookie world.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it was pretty horrific what happened to people not getting paid. And I've listened to all the comments that have come in, but I would support this amendment by the Conservative administration so long as we get the results fully published for this council to scrutinise. And that's what I've got to say on it. It's all very well saying lessons have learned and having a complaint about what's been going on, but we need to move forward, and will it actually be published for us to see?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right, where do we start? I'm not sure that I really wanted to be here to speak. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, I'll start again. Okay, I didn't really want to be standing here talking about Serco, because really by now it all should have been sorted out. But I'm going to start by saying that I was at an adult scrutiny meeting. I expressed my concerns about Serco. I was told that everything would be fine. Fine is such an interesting word. It means either a very high standard or very good of its kind, or to make very thin or narrow or insubstantial. You can make your own mind up about what definition Serco is, but from the correspondence that I've received from my residents and constituents, it must certainly be the latter. It's an absolute disgrace that this farce has occurred and continues, which has affected the health and well-being of my residents and the people of Lincolnshire that have been affected by the contract that was given to Serco. I hear often in the council chamber it's spoken about savings, cost, what we've reduced, But what about the cost of personal cost? What about the people and how they feel? At the end of the day, we're all human beings. We all have feelings and we all have bills to pay. We have children to feed. We have petrol to put in our car. We have worries about Christmas. We have all those concerns. And yet, as a council, we represent the people. We were elected in, and we are the decision makers, the executive are the decision makers of the council. It's their judgment. It's their judgment call. They look at the contracts, the officers prepare it, and you make that decision. You made that decision to award to Serco, knowing that their reputation was not of the best, because you could just look at it in the local papers, in the national papers, on the internet. It's there for you to see about their reputation. Therefore, you must think about calling in your judgment. What is your judgment? So I would request that the Chamber supports the Labour motion and that you apologise to the people, that you've put them through personal cost, not so much monetary cost, but personal cost. And that is what should be done. And in the future, when people come to you on committee and ask and say there's issues, please listen, because it has been, not only on myself, but other members have actually said in scrutiny that there might have been issues and we weren't listened to. Thank you.
On the Oxford Dictionary, one of the definitions of fine is good or satisfactory. So I think that does cover. Well, that's what I'm just. If you don't believe the Oxford Dictionary, John, I don't know what you didn't believe.
Yes. Well, no, as a mover of a motion, I think the normal procedure is I do. Chairman, so the council can choose to do whatever it likes. Frankly, incorrect statements made throughout that debate. So I can either do it as a point of information or I can respond.
Request be accepted by Councillor Hough for balance.
No, he's entitled to that anyway.
Because he moved the motion. I think normally, yes, okay, right, I'll be as brief as I can. I think, firstly, I would like to say that there has been given the impression, first of all, that the executive and members over this side are defending poor performance. We are not defending poor performance, and we are not saying there is nothing wrong. We are quite clear there is a serious problem which needs addressing. And frankly, if we were trying to ignore the situation and pretend all was well, we could have just voted out this motion altogether and said we don't agree with it. We haven't chosen to do that because we recognise there is an issue, and the amendment is designed to make it into a more balanced and frankly thoughtful motion to recognise there are issues and to recognise when things settle down, which I'm sure they will, we need to look at these issues and lessons learned and actually have a discussion with Serco about this. I think the other thing which is very important to state, some members over here certainly gave the impression, and actually I think also stated, that somehow it was a sort of a dodgy thing, and that was sort of implied over that. This was done very correctly in terms of contract process. And I'm sorry, you cannot ignore European rules or rules in terms of issuing a very large contract like this. And I repeat, when we enter into suitable people to actually tender for this contract, we actually do diligence on them in terms of financial stability and other matters, reputational governance and all the rest of it. And we were very clear about that, and all the people who were allowed to come forward to tender, who did, all had to go through that process. The legal team were involved with that. I can tell the council there were no grounds for any of the ones who were long listed to be excluded because we didn't like them or all the rest of it. You have to do these matters properly. Otherwise, as we know, in terms of EU legislation, there was a big risk to the council that we could have been really in some trouble because we'd spuriously, as would have been the argument, excluded certain people. So the process was done wrong. I think what has come out of the debate is the delivery, which is an issue. Good news is that Serco have accepted there is a delivery issue, and they are putting substantial extra resources in to actually make sure that issue is resolved. And there will continue to be a cross-party oversight of this. And of course, when things have settled down, we will all be able to have a input into what went wrong and see where the issue was. But I can assure you there, the actual contract monitoring and the performance indicators are being monitored regularly. We know exactly, as Councillor Davis actually quoted some, we know exactly where they are delivering, where they're not delivering. This is all out in open book between the council. Of course, I would also, members need to appreciate some of this information has to be kept confidential, not for our convenience, but of course there is commercial issues for Serco, who obviously are in the private sector. So I hope members will accept this amendment in the spirit we acknowledge the problem, and it's probably a better way forward to get a satisfactory resolution.
First of all, in terms of awarding a contract, A, you don't have to actually go out to tender in the first place. We could have brought it back in-house. Secondly, once you've issued the tender, you do not have to accept any tender. You can go out to tender again if you're not satisfied with the previous ones. So that's the first issue. Yes, you can. Money versus quality. The issue in terms of savings, yes, of course, we all want savings if we can have the quality. The issue here is that we haven't got the quality. If you can have good savings and the quality, which looks like we might get out of the library contract, that's fine. But it's not fine when we can't get that situation. I mean, I think the complications of what happened was particularly, and it seems, you know, obviously if we have a look at all this, then this may come out, is trying to deliver both a new contract and a new IT system at the same time was always likely to head for trouble. And unfortunately, we've got that trouble. I'm also a bit sad about the trying to somehow claim that all this is politicization, when are you really saying that the complaints and the concerns that have come from schools in particular are somehow politicized? Because clearly they're not, it seems to me. The issues for schools have been really serious and continue to be serious. And I accept that people now may have received their money, and I'm not saying, I've never claimed that no one's been not paid for at all. But when you get, you know, letters like this saying 5 new starters not paid, staff crying in my office for not being paid, okay, maybe they are paid now. But this should never have happened. And we should still have these issues coming on. That's the issue. And that's why we cannot accept your amendment. There is an apology. We finally forced Serco to apologise 9 months into the contract for the mess. But at the end of the day, it is the executive, all 10 of you sitting here, that took the decision to award the contract, didn't put in place some proper transition, didn't put in place a system to actually ensure that when you have Aggresso and a new contractor, that you are going to minimize the risk. You ultimately have responsibility. You took the decision and you should apologize. And I'm amazed that you can somehow think that by getting the contractor to apologize, that is sufficient for Lincolnshire. And to suggest somehow that all this is not devastating, for some parts of the council it may not be. And I think the head teacher, the chair of governance referred to that. There was some complacency here within the council because it wasn't hitting us as badly as it's hit small organisations, the schools. And I cannot understand why you are not willing to set up a task force to actually support those schools, because that's the minimum they require.
Thank you. We will take the amendment first. Yes.
A recent scrutiny meeting, value for money, I kid you not, value for money, scrutiny meeting, we were actually told that Serco had declined to give a date by which they will actually deliver what they are contracted to deliver. Well, I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, with all this sort of, it's going to be all right sometime, never, what is the date? Have they now given a date? That's what I'm asking, Chairman. That's my point.
They did not decline to give that undertaking. They just didn't give a date. So, I mean, I wasn't at the scrutiny, but they haven't given a date. They did not refuse to give a date. They didn't give one.
And first of all, we vote on the administration's amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please show. All those against. So the amendment is...
Any abstentions?
Any abstentions? The amendment clearly is carried. Does that now becomes the substantive motion? So the amendment now becomes the substantive motion. So all those in favour of the amendment as the substantive motion? All those against? Any abstentions? Clearly, the amendment which became the motion is carried. And we now have the second motion before the council, which is to be moved by Councillor Marianne Overton.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I wonder, firstly, how many of us have been working for how long to try to improve businesses in Lincolnshire? This proposal that is now coming out of Europe, which we're going to shorthand to TTIP, the Transatlantic Trade Investment Partnership, undermines that, because it means that instead of directly competing with all companies and all global bodies, other bodies across Europe, we now also have to compete, those companies also have to compete with any from America. And that's what this is about. Europe was originally set up as a trade agreement to make sure that money that was spent within Europe. This opens that to make it available further.
About the word Europe, does Mrs. Overton mean the former Common Market stroke EEC stroke European Economic Community stroke European Union? Or does she mean the geographical completeness of Europe? In other words, does she include Switzerland, Norway, and any other small country? Or is she talking about the EU? He's not clear on the motion. So is it Europe or is it the EU?
Thank you, Chairman. I took that as a bit pedantic. I was hoping that someone would actually listen to the point I was making rather than worry too much about those aspects. But the point I'm getting at is that the European Union was set up originally as a trade partnership, as we understood. I'm sure there were other reasons as well. But the point being that we want the money to be spent within a more localized area. But more than that, what we're really up against, is the concern that if all of our contracts are open to other companies, not just ones like Serco, but other companies from America in addition, I fear that we will be in a more difficult situation. If, for example, it wasn't Greenwich Leisure that was able to bid for our libraries, but it was also some other companies that came, some other organizations that perhaps came from the USA. So we might find our libraries run perhaps from Kentucky, and you might think that's fine. The downside comes where we have other concerns where our own companies could be put out of place by large global organizations which actually come in, undercut, as Serco did, made a nice clear bid, put the opposition out, and then we're left with a very difficult situation. But worse, I think, the main point is that many of these discussions that are going on now are made in secret, and we haven't yet seen the details of the documents. And I think it's time that we did. And I hope that within this financial year, that they will be made public so that people can start to consider the issues in more detail. Whether this would actually be of economic advantage or not to our country is difficult to establish. At the beginning, when it first mentioned, it came out that both America and UK and Europe would all be richer, which is hard to comprehend. But the latest is that government are describing the economics of the situation as simply impossible to model. The Transatlantic Trade Investment Partnership does not open our services to competitive tender, but we do have the Localism Act here. As we found out to our cost, that if we don't accept and consider proposals that come for bids that come in for our services from within Europe, we are in serious trouble, as has just been pointed out. What we can, therefore, if we had to TPID, we would have to also equally consider any bids from the other side of the water. So opening up, I believe, opening up this would add to be an unwanted step to further globalization and disadvantage our businesses. And worse is that if the government wanted to make changes in legislation that affected the businesses, whether it's to introduce a change in the planning legislation regarding renewable energies, or whether it's to put cigarette warning labels on cigarette packages, the businesses would be able to demand compensation for the loss of profits from what they were expecting to make. And they could do that not through an open court, which we experienced with the libraries one, but through a confidential tribunal where we never actually get to see the facts of the matter. So what I'm proposing, and it is actually very much in line with with other thinking, I should say that I have worked quite hard on this issue. I've had meetings with a number of councillors and representatives councils from across England and Wales on the matter. And there is very strong support to improve and support the government to make the best solutions. Many people are against the Transatlantic Trade Partnership, the TTIP, altogether. I haven't done that. What I've done is to go for some improvements, and I believe that these improvements would support our government in negotiating through Europe to get the best outcomes for our country. So you might think this has not much to do with Lincolnshire, but actually it does, because the thresholds for going out to tender are very low, which means that we may find that a number of our tenders are having to go to a very wide field, and it makes the whole process of making those suppliers accountable very difficult. So in conclusion, I have addressed this to our Parliament because I believe we want to make sure that it comes back to our Parliament and that our representatives put forward by our government are making sure that the best outcomes possible come to Lincolnshire. Thank you.
But we have not yet resumed standing orders, and I need a proposer and seconder from the floor, proposed by Councillor Brewis, seconded by Councillor Steve Palmer, that we resume standing orders. All in favour? Thank you. I'm sorry, that was my fault. And we now go on to the seconder to the motion, Councillor Bob Macaulay.
Well, I fully support this motion. The people of this country should be made fully aware of exactly what TTIP is about, and more importantly, the impact it could have on all our well-being. This arrangement, if it goes ahead as is planned, the EU will make this arrangement and they will then issue us with a directive. And there are certain things in there that need changing before that happens. And this is why it's come to council, to ask this council to support the motion, to actually pass on the information to the Prime Minister and the government. I'll bring it down to something very basic, because I'm not very well educated. I'm not very conversant in council matters. I'm a basic guy. So I'll just give you this example. I've spent 20 years in the meat industry. I was extremely concerned when I received an email on the 1st of December that came to all councillors, headed Death on a Plate. That got my attention. Now, I got a hold of the Unison National Officer for Meat Inspectors and Official Veterinarians. These are independent inspectors that are employed by a government agency in all our abattoirs that ensures that animals are slaughtered correctly and that meat that enters the food chain is safe and fit for human consumption. So you think, well, that's fine. Well, of course it's fine. We've had it for years, and these are the backbone of safeguarding our meat industry. Now, the concern is the TTIP agreement, if that should go forward in its present form, the EU are planning to deregulate independent meat inspectors in all abattoirs. They would then have the right to dictate to this country that we no longer employ independent inspectors. Now, the thing is, they are there as our protection. They give the meat industry and the public protection and assurance. If we lose that, it could actually have a very detrimental effect on the whole of the meat and farming industry in this country, and obviously the public health and well-being. I've heard councillors today saying that we're here to represent and look out for the people of Lincolnshire. I wholeheartedly agree with that. And we've also heard that the EU do issue out directives that we have to adhere to, be it contractually or in other matters. So this is a very important issue that we do need the council to take this to the Prime Minister and to the Minister of Food, etc. And you can demonstrate your concern for the people of Lincolnshire by supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak. When I first read this motion, I didn't fully understand it. I imagined that TTIP was terrible Trumpers to invade Poynton, but apparently it's not. And meat inspection used to be done under local authorities and district councils that run very well. I don't like this idea behind this of Little Englander. We are not a trading nation at our peril. Till 1607, when the whole of the United Kingdom came together, and then eventually, because most of us when we were at primary school spanned the globe and it was still pink, probably because it was a Victorian globe, but we don't become a world trading and a European and national trading nation at our peril. Witnessed what's happened today, the last day of us mining any coal at Killingly. It's very easy to think this is an attractive motion, but I will not be supporting it because I am neither in favour of Little Englander being a non-trading nation nor Little Lincolnshire being a non-trading nation. I'm against it.
Yes, point of information. No one's saying about England being a non-trading nation at all. We're a free world trading nation. We can trade with Europe, we can trade with America, we can trade with China. Nobody's saying that at all.
Chairman, I'll be abstaining on this motion because I believe that we should be negotiating our own deals with the rest of the world, not doing everything through Europe. And I'm afraid this is actually endorsing doing things through Europe with America. For goodness sake, we should be doing it ourselves. And yes, I agree with openness, but because I don't agree with the principle of it, having to do everything through the European Union, I will be abstaining on this motion.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll just say that I'll support this motion simply because TTIP is very secret. It's really difficult to find information on it. Once it comes in, it will be in secret, any appeals against decisions, etc. The other thing is that it enables companies to hold countries or governments to account. So if a government changes political colour or whatever, and they want to change the way things are done in government, and it means that a contract that a foreign company has with us, the company can then sue the government for loss of earnings, etc., if they change the way they do things. The one that got me really interested was the one that Bob has earlier spoke about, which is this meat standards one. It's extremely important. It's only a small part of TPIT, obviously, but it's something that I investigated myself. And what I did was I went to Louth Cattle Market. Louth Cattle Market is our last Lincolnshire livestock cattle market. And I spoke to farmers, because I'm not a farmer, but I spoke to farmers, and I spoke to an abattoir owner from Boston area. He knew nothing about this, and he was absolutely horrified because he fully supports having independent meat inspectors, because it gives the people of Lincolnshire and wider full confidence knowing that the meat they're buying from him has been independently inspected. The trouble is with this is the American meat market is not as well regulated as ours is. And if we don't have independent meat inspectors looking at the meat coming in from America, we might be flooded with lower standard meat than our farmers provide. And I think that's a very important point. So between that and the fact that there's a lot of secrecy to this, I have to support this, just on those two reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not going to support this. In fact, I'm going to urge you all to vote this out. This is simply a motion too far as I'm concerned. Let's be very clear. TTIP is not yet approved. It is the requirement that the EU Parliament has asked the Commission to continue negotiations with America. And these trade negotiations normally take years to arrive at an outcome. The United Kingdom has a power of veto under the treaties of Europe. So if we don't like the outcome, we can veto it. We are not at a point where this council should be debating this. We don't have enough detail for council. So what I would suggest we do is vote it out, but you have my commitment that when there is something to talk about, we'll bring a paper to the Economic Scrutiny Committee for them to talk about. So I would urge you to vote it out and wait until we have something more substantial that we can put in front of members so they can take an informed decision.
I've got a few concerns about the TTIP in total. The first one is it might actually put contracts at such a level that it actually stops local firms bidding for contracts, period. Either they're not entitled to bid, or if they do bid, they don't pass the grade to actually win the contract. A good example is three schools will look put forward for construction. The first firm put in a bid of 10 million. The second one put in a bid of 15 million, and the third put a bid in of 16 million. For some strange reason, the first two bids from local construction firms weren't accepted, and the third firm from a firm in Nottinghamshire actually won the bid. So what did they do? They took the 15 million and subcontracted to the firm that offered 10. I'm sorry, it's not in the interest of local firms. Currently, we've got actually EU companies bidding to build renewable power stations, undercutting British firms. When you look under the actual level, they're actually paying their staff £6.70 an hour, whereas British firms have to pay green card staff £15 an hour. And I'm sorry, it comes down to standards and what's acceptable. It's not acceptable for foreign firms to ship staff in, pay them substandard work rates and not be qualified. It is wrong for us as a community. We're supposed to represent the local firms and businesses of Lincolnshire, not firms in America or Europe. And that's what we're here for. I'm a bit confused with UKIP's stance on this because their MEP, Roger Helmer, has stated on several occasions he's for TTIP. And I can't understand why, because it's against everything I stand for in Europe.
I think Councillor Payne's got his facts wrong. Roger Helmer is in favour of global trade, especially with America, and certainly not through Europe, which is what TIPP is.
Copies of Roger Helmer's stance, but I won't go there. But basically, it makes common sense the fact that we shouldn't actually be sending this off to Europe. If it's concerning local firms and then winning contracts, it is very important. And I'm afraid that's what we're here to be represented. Local firms, not American firms, not European firms. And obviously there's several examples with food production in foreign countries where it comes in at substandard, it's been kept
not the same standards as British food, etc., and farmers. And a lot of people in this room either know farmers or are aware of the contribution it makes to the Lincolnshire economy. So I bid people to actually support the motion in the interest of local residents.
Right. I've got some small points that I'd like to bring up with each one. Councillor Davies seems to think that the EU is a democratic organisation. He couldn't be further from the truth. There's no way that we can have operate vetoes on those sort of things. The meat standards are vitally important. I've managed to pick up some information about them recently, and it's quite horrifying. Councillor Brewis needs reminding that in 1900, 90% of the world's shipping flew the red enzyme, and we didn't have a united Europe then. Twice it's been world asunder since then. Thank you, sir.
I want to begin by just mentioning to Colin Davey, that we should wait for something more substantial. I think one of the key points about this resolution, which I'll be supporting in the Labour group, is about our opportunity to influence now. I think it's fair to say that this current negotiations is in a state of flux, in the sense that there is still negotiations going on. And here is an opportunity for Lincolnshire to make clear where we stand. And some of them could well be done by action by this council. I'm clear that the resolution will be defeated, but some good may come out of it. Firstly, what about an impact assessment on local councils in Lincolnshire? Could even go to Greater Lincolnshire, but an impact on what will it mean for local authority services? Okay. Secondly, we have a procurement strategy, which we stitched together mainly through the hard work of the county council, which involves nearly all of the district councils, and the two that survived was legal services and procurement. So it seems to me it's important that we figure out what impact it would have on procurement strategy for Lincolnshire in relation to two things that matter. One of them is to do with local employment and local purchasing. So there's two things there: an impact on local authorities in general, which we could use the good offices of the LGA. I know we're just about on talking terms to them at the moment, but we could also find out from our own sources about the impact on Lincolnshire businesses. Because if it's going to be negative, I'm sure Colin, as the lead person on economic development, would want to be ahead of the game rather than responding once the deal has been thrashed out. Just want to say some points about the EU's food, environment and labour standards are better than those in the United States. So what we should be looking for is a negotiation about raising standards, their standards, rather than diminishing ours. And we're part of the local government world, so we ought to be conveying that message through the LGA to our national negotiators. I think we also need to know which goods and services are going to be included, because I can't help but feel that if, from a negotiating point of view, that America, the United States, want to keep out of the negotiations the things that they want to protect. So we've got to be clear, what is it that we want to protect? And remember, we're councillors for Lincolnshire. We're an agricultural and farming community, and it seems as though some of the issues that have been raised in relation to livestock certainly should be part of the equation. We might want to use the CCN, for example, to be working side by side with other rural councils to be able to influence our national government agenda. So for all those reasons, even if the vote goes against the resolution, it seems as though there's work to be done on this council. Now, it may well have been started, but I'm not aware of that. And anybody who's a leading member of the executive may want to take the opportunity to bring forward at some meeting about where we're at. But it seems as though there's a whole lot of things that we could be doing for impact on our council. And let's remember, that's what we're here to do, protect the interests of Lincolnshire.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the things that sways me on this motion is the confidential tribunal. In this country, we have always said that wherever possible, all judicial proceedings should be open court, without very, very few exceptions. I accept You know, the present government now trades with a regime that doesn't believe that, as we witnessed in the Chinese court syndrome only earlier this week. But we've heard from Councillor Macaulay, things coming into this country should be inspected on their quality and standards. And it's not only what the consumers have, we also need to ensure that products coming into the UK don't bring back to us foot and mouth disease that we suffered from not too long ago. That again is standard in many countries, that they prohibit movement of certain things if the quality cannot be shown. And of course, does it go further? You know, are we going to get into a situation where we buy blood products? Because in certain countries, blood is sourced from individuals by payment, and they're so desperate that they sell it. And we know that the quality of some of that has had major impacts on others. But the major thing is no proceedings should be held in camera except for the very exception of state security matters. We've talked today about contracts. Contracts are enforced in this country in open tribunals. That's how it should always be, and it'd be a great regret if we let that standard slip.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm actually very glad this motion has been brought. I do believe it is a thoughtful motion. I'm quite sorry to say I can't support it on this occasion, but the reason for that is that I feel that there's not enough evidence yet for me to know whether or not TTIP is going to be bad for businesses or whether it's going to be good. For instance, the American market is a much larger market and could be hugely advantageous. However, as a result of this motion, what I'm going to do is make sure that I'm much better informed. So I do thank you for it. And I wonder, Councillor Davies' assurances, I wonder if it might be something that when we have more information that we could perhaps look at it at economic scrutiny, because I think you've raised a very important point here. So I won't be voting with you, but it is with respect. Thank you.
No. No. No.
Say a very big thank you to people for their thought and that we've put into this. It is a really important issue for us, and I'm really glad that there is strong support for looking at it properly and maybe taking some resolutions forward. Thank you also for the very thoughtful comments and suggestions that came forward about exactly what kinds of things that Scrutiny would want to look at, that came from Councillor Parker, particularly the impact of procurement on the procurement strategy and on the businesses of Lincolnshire, and also about the food standards, which has been very well covered by my colleague. It's very important that the standards, and particularly the ones where we're better at, has been mentioned, food, environment and labour standards. We do not want to risk anything worse with our food that we eat, and it is essential that those standards are maintained. This motion is about supporting British business, it's about supporting Lincolnshire business and supporting local residents. It's about supporting trade that is profitable for us and for our businesses. It's about supporting standards. And actually, it's about supporting democracy, because if we hand too much power too far, it becomes very much more difficult for us to hold people to account. So welcome your comments, welcome the points about the scrutiny that I hope will come, and certainly it is timely influence. So I hope that we'll be able to take that forward. Thank you.
To the vote, and you've seen Councillor Overton's motion before you. All those in favour of the motion? Okay, how many you make? All those against the motion? 32. 32. Yeah. So the most, oh, sorry, beg your pardon, abstention, sorry. You did 3 abstentions. That's easier. So the motion is lost. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen and councillors. That concludes the meeting. It's been conducted in a very good spirit indeed. I am delighted today that it has been conducted like this. I wish you all a very, very happy Christmas, and please would you clear your pigeonholes before you leave. Meeting closed.